I can, Rangi. The signal's not great, I think, but yes, I can.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Okay, there's a lot going to be happening tonight. There's going to be a lot of updates. I will be giving, I'm going to be making evidence available from today because everything I've been talking about for a while, enough is enough. It's about time people had the ammunition and information regarding this child abuse scandal that I've been talking about for the last 5 years since I've been exposing. So anybody that does want this, I will be making this available during the day. Or the evening. You will have the connections and the contacts through here directly, so you could actually know what it looks like, what the evidence looks like, so you could actually do something about it yourself independently. Okay, I know I've got some professionals on board, which I've been looking in the messages. I think there's a couple of police officers and other maybe MPs. I'm grateful for all of them joining in. So I want to move forward. I'm just going to go through a very, very simple with what I do at the beginning, usual. And this is just standard. And this is to do with what I'm touching now on the billboard, which is above me here. So over the last 4 years, I have been speaking about the social services scandal. Fortunately, there was a situation last year that opened the doors for me to now open everything up. I no longer want to hold back because this is a matter of public interest and a matter of public safety. So I want to make it very clear over this side here. And I'll do this at the beginning of every lives in general, just so you actually know what this is all about. Okay, this is Breaking Silence Project. What happens when you break silence against these crimes? And we're talking about child sexual exploitation, abuse at home. If I just enlarge it, then you may be able to see it. Here you go. I'll do it like this. So, child sexual exploitation, abuse at home, emotional abuse, bullying, neglect, online abuse, self-abuse. You or your children or any child could contact the police, 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, Kafka schools, MPs, mayors, and more. But no one comes to their aid. Now, the reason why nobody comes to their aid is because of this side here. And my lips are still moving, okay? Now, this is breaking silence on the broken system. Our social services, liars, criminals, and storytellers. Who do they lie to? Even though it's got a question mark on, that's because it's on a billboard, it's on the vehicle, so the world could see. So I could answer it in here now. Who do they lie to? They lie to everyone. What do they lie about? They lie about everything. Do social workers neglect children? Yes, they do. Do social services mistreat our children? Yes, they do. Are social services or social workers doing the crime and our children, our babies are doing the time? Yes, they are. Are victims being victimized? And now when I'm talking about victims being victimized, all the crimes that I've just spoke about the other side, them are the kind of victims being victimized in broad daylight. Do social services control our judges and police with lies and stories? Yes, they are. Now, the only one here, it says here at the bottom here, that's got an answer on it. Are there any good social workers out there? The answer is yes. Now, it's only due to safeguarding and child protection I'm limited what I could show on public media, so I am going to be a little bit careful. However, I'm going to make everything available. No more holding back with things. Things are getting a little bit hectic out there. So that was here. Due to safeguarding child protection, limited what I could show. Would you like to know more? Absolutely. So I want to go to the middle here. In the middle here, in plain English, in broad daylight, exposing paedophile rings, corruption within the authorities, grooming gangs, and a lot more. Wake up. Okay. So why is this in the middle of what we're talking about here? Very, very simply. The information and evidence that I currently hold today, I could also will be showing you where victims of child sexual exploitation on this side, or you would say a victim of child sexual abuse, which means pedophiles, this corporate company has been covering it up. Okay, as a result of that, these perpetrators continue to do what they're doing out in the public, within amongst all the communities throughout United Kingdom, because they don't care. So it's a matter of public interest and public alert. You need to understand that very, very clear. That also works with the grooming gangs and the corruption within the authorities. So, you know, a lot of people say, well, what is LCS News stand for? Well, LCS News stands for, or LCS stands for Liars, Criminals, Storytellers. I'm speaking up about anything, and everybody needs to understand that. If anybody wants any, look, it says here, for any clarity, please get in touch through www.lcs.news, and I could arrange a private meeting, especially if you're a professional, a police officer, a detective, safeguarding teams, MPs, councillors. It doesn't matter. This, what we're talking about, affects every single person in the United Kingdom and a lot more, but we need to tackle one thing at a time. So United Kingdom, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, you all need to wake up, because the whole one of the other purposes is to actually also bring all this to your attention, is to get people to come together now, regardless of your color, creed, religion. Our common goal should be is our children. Our children are going through the worst time under the fake flag of safeguarding children and child protection, which is a scam, a fraud, which I could show you and prove to you. So during the evening, first I'm just going to get everything going. I will be showing you this information. I will be getting this information to anybody who wants to know. And slowly, I'm now going to be able to drip feed every single person. But you must understand, I've got to always consider this on public media. Okay, it's due to safeguarding child protection. I'm limited. I cannot put a child at risk. I cannot put vulnerable victims of any form of these issues and problems at risk, because what has been happening when the victims speak out, what they do is they get victimized. No more victimizing victims. If they want to fight, they want to cause any issues, I'll make arrangements. Let's deal with it in public. Okay. And if it's professionals, I'm looking forward to obviously meeting and speaking to them in broad daylight. I seen something. Well, everybody will be having the opportunity. I'm waiting for obviously a couple of the mods to get in. However, I want to make it very, very clear. This is not your standard normal lives that may be taking place. In this particular live, we have rules. I don't want no criticizing. I don't want no condemning. I don't want no complaining. Anybody slagging or messing about with people in the comments or not showing respect in the boxes, you will be immediately muted, blocked. I'm not interested in followers. This is not about followers. This is about a public alert. So try to understand that. Hopefully, I'll respect every single person getting in, and everybody will have the opportunity. If you want to ask questions, you'll be able to get into the boxes, ask a question to myself or maybe somebody else who may be part of the boxes, part of the panel, shall I say. So I've got Gary there as well. I know there's one or two others that may be joining us. So I want to make this available to every single person who wants to be in that situation. So if you just request for the time being, I'm not getting everybody in at the moment. Or what I will do is I'll get people in. When you get in the boxes, please just mute yourself until we get started, because I want people to understand what it's about. So I won't delay. I will start getting people in one after another. So as you're coming in, please just mute yourself. And that's all I ask. So Michelle, if you could just mute yourself, please. Anybody coming in, if you just mute yourself just for the time being. Sandra, if you could just mute yourself, my lovely, please. Yeah. It just saves the echoes going in. Right, so what I am... if you just put the requests in, it'll be easier for me to get you into the boxes. There's no issues. Once the boxes are full, what will happen is anybody who asks a question, I will drop you, give somebody else a chance. If you have more than one question, feel free to just request again. I'll just keep it going, okay? Because today is not the normal day like I normally just stick with what I'm doing. It's a case of now start providing the evidence, because no point holding back. The longer we hold back, all these crimes will continue to take place. Okay, so let me just introduce you to my first guest anyway. I mean, a lot of people already should know him. He has been joining the lads in general. I have a lot of respect for this man. And he's a Christian. I'm a Muslim, he's a Christian. Yet we believe in the same thing. Okay? Standing up for our children and the future of our children for humanity's sake. So what I'm going to do is, instead of me saying too much, I'll give him the opportunity to obviously introduce himself, and then we'll move forward from that. Gary, can you hear me, sir?
Hi, Rangi. Thank you so much for having me on again. Appreciate it so much as always. Thank you.
Well, Gary, I mean, you know, there's always new people coming on. So I just wanted briefly, if you want to just give them a little bit of your background and introduce yourself so we can start moving forward, yeah?
Yeah, I've actually got some very critical information this evening that I need to give out. And I apologise for getting really quite deep into this, but I think time is now of the essence. But just a quick introduction for myself. So I was in the police in the United Kingdom for 18 years. And through some inquiries that happened as part of a company that I was a director for, I established that our governments around the world have been involved in international government fraud, which is the forgery of company incorporations, okay, through the registration process, and the forgery of incorporation documents attached to those records that creates illegal entity companies, fraudulent companies that should never have allowed to have been trading. And the overwhelming evidence I have suggests that the banks are being allowed by government organisations to produce forged bank documents for those illegal fraudulent companies, to falsify their companies, forged bank, and send the money into offshore accounts. Our governments will be defrauding the masses through the taxation system in relation to this. It will be worth trillions of pounds worth of money. It's been going on for absolutely decades. And it ties into everything that Rangi's talking about, because child exploitation, abuse, and much more sinister activities towards children are linked to this government fraud, and they will be laundering money through these illegal entity systems and using tax contributions to pay for the suffering of the children. Unfortunately, as Rangi keeps saying, he's absolutely right. There will be a lot of social workers and police that are completely innocent and good people, but the system is based around this fraud and the exploitation of children. It's absolutely huge. Now, Rangi, let me know when you want me to tell you some of the latest evidence that's quite important.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. So just wanted to get the introduction done. So because I know I've got some people who might want to ask questions, so we could jump from time to time. So I just want to give you a bit of an opportunity for the public members in general, because I know there's some of them who have already been involved, who've already been on the platform. So I want to keep going round and round, really. I just want to give them the opportunity. But there will be this information that Gary is talking about. I actually know a little bit about it, because I get a bit of a heads up, and it's very, very crucial. And it's also one of the reasons why I'm now going to be releasing evidence, okay, direct to the public, but I'm going to go through that stage by stage tonight. Okay, so, you know, when we're talking about information is being covered up, we're talking about withholding information from the courts and other professionals, providing false information to the courts and professionals. Very, very simple. Okay, so now it's about time I actually show you this, would lead eventually for you to understand all these crimes taking place, this obviously taking place, and these covering it up. So all these MPs, councillors, mayors and police and everybody else, what is the purpose of them? I don't know. It's just like they're there just as, hey, look, we got a uniform. What are we there for? Only God knows, because there's nothing to do with safeguarding, nothing to do with child protection in what they're actually going through. So what I'm going to do is, if I could just go through a few of the questions in general, because we are starting straight into it. If I could go to Sandra first. Please remember, I want everybody to start respecting anybody in the comments and people in the boxes. I'm not here to slander, slate anybody. This is a major crisis, a problem that's happening, and I don't want to be getting into any nonsense. Anything like that, I will automatically, the mods already know, who are just public members, they'll just automatically mute you and block you. And I'd rather not do that. Let's have a rational conversation, which is what needs to happen. Sandra, can you hear me, Kim?
Yeah. I know that in the olden days it used to be horrible in care and all that, but I've worked in care now for about 10 years, and they get spoiled. The police are always every night looking for children that are misspent and go out their way to find them and that. So everyone of the police that I dealt with was good with the children. I used to spoil them as well. So I know you. Are you talking about years ago?
We're talking about right now. We're talking about that it's not slowed down. It's progressed. It's got worse. The numbers have increased. In the hundreds and thousands of children yearly taken.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not like as support workers or social workers or all the police, is it?
Who's taking the children?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the social workers. And the police take it for the social workers because they like...
How many have you saved then?
How you talk... So... Question and answers. Now, saving wise, how can we save? We have a major crisis. Now, I'm not a lawyer to obviously do paperwork and do things like that. I'm exposing to make public awareness to what is happening. So to give you an example, real examples, I can show you that social workers manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crime.
Can I just say one thing? Please don't frighten all the mums though, because not all care homes are frightening. We worked really hard, you know what I mean? And the children, we could even, I always say, ask the children, because the children even liked it where we were. In fact, they get choices whether they want to stay there. They get to look round the beautiful homes, whether they want to stay there or not.
Okay, but just let me finish with what I was saying, because it answered all of it for you. So with what you mentioned, we have the evidence that social workers are manufacturing documents, are manufacturing concerns, are manufacturing crimes against vulnerable parents just to get the children out of the homes and put them in the care. And then they're committing perjury on the children. But this does not mean it's every social worker. I've actually witnessed great social workers who've done the right job, who've actually spoke up about these issues and problems. And what has happened to these good social workers, they have been sacked, removed, sent on the sick. And I can give you evidence of this, and I can even give you live people that you can actually speak to. Okay, so this is not about everyone, but the problem is when you have a social worker who does the crime by stealing the children, then when you go into it and you start putting a complaint in against a person, all that happens, they move that social worker to another town and city to continue doing what they're doing. And then
I must have just worked in some good ones, that's all. You know,
I appreciate that. And don't get me wrong, I agree with you. You see, I agree with you. So we're being transparent here, but we're acknowledging the issue, the problem that's happened. So I can give you the first example. So the second social worker gets involved independently. We treat them independently. And when they realize that they have been lying, or the first social worker manufactured crimes, for example, against the parent, that social worker will speak up. But what will happen? They'll get sacked, removed, sent on the sick. Then they'll get another social worker. You see, and this is what the social worker network is. The good ones are always getting pushed away, getting removed. And, you know, this shows you that it's we got to acknowledge that we have an inadequate and unfit for purpose police officers, or police, the whole law enforcement in that case, social services, and then the judges get caught up in it. It's just a mess, and we need a revamp.
So my final saviour was, and I did go to the police a lot and that, but then there's not much they can do. But anyway, so it was another guy that saved me, and a brave guy that'll stand up to anybody. I'm still with him today, and he's protected me ever since, and I've never been hurt again since.
Well, Sandra, let me tell you something. You see what you've just said? You've acknowledged that eventually the help will come within the public, because the public understands and they won't go through what's known as procedures. They'll react into saving. Where
No,
the
but
system.
the police did a good job, like, because they'd saved me at the time. So so say I've been beat up and left at the side of the motorway, guaranteed the police would find me and then take me to a safe place. And there's also battered wives' homes and stuff like that. You can go in from the age of 17, 18, and they helped as well. And there was a lot of young people in them. So there's women's refuges and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, well, I understand. At the end of the day, that, like you said, there is a lot of good police officers out there, but the problem is the system is corrupt. But look, at least you got your questions answered.
Yeah.
I am going to, like I say, just keep going to new people.
Thanks.
So, but not a problem. If you want to drop off, by all means, just stay in the box. If you have another question, feel free to put a request in. We'll get you back in. Okay, Sandra?
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. If I could go to Becky Boo, please. If you could just unmute yourself, please.
Hi, Rangi.
Hi, Becky.
You're right.
I'm good, fine. I'm good. Thank you very much. Did you have a comment or a question?
I just want to observe first, see what's been spoken about.
Or I could do it for you. Okay, she's not there yet. If I could go to Freedom, young man, can you unmute yourself, please? And also, the mods, can you leave it to me while I'm on for me to get people in the boxes? Because I could go through them one by one and just fill them up. If I'm not here, then obviously, then you can control it. Freedom.
Yes, hi there, Rangi. How you doing? Been a while since we talked last.
Yes, it has been. But look, for joining. Did you have a question for myself or maybe Gary on any of the topics we're talking about this evening?
Yeah, so maybe a couple of comments and maybe a question as well. So basically, I'm just, you know me, Rangi. I'm about solutions and trying to look for a step-by-step solution to ending tyranny, let's say, if you want to put it that way, just like, maybe Gary and other people are trying to do as well. But I like to present things on paper and give a plan, which is, going to get some results. It's about results at the end of the day, right? So, the thing I guess I'm a bit fed up of is all this exposing to a point. There's a lot of exposing going on, but no kind of action to kind of take it to the next step. And, the identification of fraud and this and that and all that kind of stuff. I think the first priority, I think most people would agree, is human suffering. And, that's what we're talking about here, really. First of all, that it's the suffering of the kids, the trauma, all that kind of stuff that happens, and worse, whatever happens, that we don't want to talk about, sometimes. But for like the lady that was talking, Sandra, earlier, it's I think it'd be nice to kind of put most people jumping on the calls and things like that. If they've not listened to you before or gone through these issues before, they might not be aware of what bits you're talking about. But one of the kind of the most sort of worst ones that I've been alerted to is that the forced adoption thing. The forced adoption stuff is pretty horrific, trauma of separation and all that kind of stuff, where there's no proof it's of future harm and all that kind of stuff, no evidence-based, any decision-making, let's say. So, I think since Gary's on the call here, it's an important one that I want to bring up to his attention as well, and the solutions that we should be maybe focusing on, which is that the family courts and of course the social services and maybe lies and perjury and all that kind of stuff, they're all kind of hand in glove, really, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah.
So in terms of what the issue is, the fundamental issue with everything. You know, I say this is my quote. Maybe I've read it somewhere, I have no idea, but maybe I came up with it. But it's basically, the absence of justice is by definition tyranny. Yeah, the absence of justice is by definition tyranny. That means if you cannot get justice in a court or whatever, you know, if a magistrate or maybe a family court, you know, secret family court even, you know, all these things are making decisions behind closed doors, maybe just a few people are making a decision. It's not a trial by jury, you know, 12 people, you know, independent people making a decision, you know, to come to the right conclusion, whatever it is, whether it's a, you know, separation of a child from a mother or, you know, all that kind of stuff, or a criminal, you know, investigation of any sort or whatever might be the case. But it's the fact that it's the justice system, or as I call it, the injustice system, which is the issue. So it's not the MPs, it's not this, not that. I mean, they are all part of it, contributory, because nobody's flagging up the fact that it's the justice system and that we don't have trial by jury anymore. And, you know, the fact that family courts especially are secret and all that kind of stuff, that's that side of the issue. With Gary, you know, talking about other stuff going on and frauds and all that kind of stuff, the thing I've realized, and I'll bring it to your attention and Gary's attention, is that some people say we have a two-tier justice system. Do we have a two-tier justice system, or do we have a three-tier justice system? I've identified 3 tiers. You know, some people might say one is the public, the second one might be special groups that people say, you know, are getting better treatment than other groups or whatever. The third one is the government and MPs who are immune from prosecution and all that kind of stuff, you know, one way or the other way. So in the cold light of day, you know, you try and take anybody to court for any of these things to hold them accountable for any of these crimes, or, you know, even the COVID things going on, the frauds that Gary's talking about, all that kind of stuff. Well, you know, if the injustice system is a couple of magistrates or, you know, judges making a decision on something, they'll just throw your case out one way or the other way. You know, they'll find a reason for this or that. So unless you can have a trial by jury, proper independent trial by jury as defined by the Magna Carta, 1215, you know, all that kind of stuff, then you're never going to get anywhere. So exposing all this stuff is going to go on for years and decades, as we've been doing already, I think. But, you know, without the solution actually focusing on, you know, the way I look at it, it's like the, you know, Luke Skywalker Death Star, you know, move where he, you know, puts a bomb into the Death Star and it blows it up type of thing. You know, so this is where I see the justice system, or the injustice system, is the kind of central fundamental issue for all these things. Every single crime, every single, you know, thing going on, all this stuff with the, you know, social services and all the rest of it is all related to that. And that is the central point. So I don't know what, you know.
Well, let me just add on, and then I'm going to quickly get Gary into this question. So one of the things that you mentioned about 3-tier, it's actually just 2-tier. One is for the white collars, or the people of professionals in the authorities, and one is for the public. It may seem like there may be groups that they favor. No, that's just playing a game, and that's part of them dividing and conquering us. Okay, that's very, very simple with that. And when it comes to like protest, and you're talking about exposing and all this, one of the main reasons why this is happening, one of the really main reasons why I'm doing this, because I acknowledged a long time ago, you can't fight a one-man band with a fraudulent government, okay? And that doesn't mean everyone, but a fraudulently run, sick, psychopathical ideas of what they have. So you got to do public awareness to wake the public up. The more public that actually wakes up gives you a better fight, because at the end of the day we want justice, which is what you're talking about. And that's, I just wanted to point out them too. Gary, did you want to add on to what the young man said on also the solutions before we go into what you're going to be coming into, because we'll come into that very shortly, mate?
Yeah, thanks very much for your comments, Freedom. I agree with a lot of what you've said there. First of all, let me just make this clear that the system that we're living under, that's been imposed on us, is a criminal system. Okay, everything we've been living under. And the legal system has been set up around that fraudulent criminal financial system they've got in place. So literally everything. And the core of the problem is this fraud. I'm absolutely certain of it, in the incorporation of companies in the first place, because it's been done fraudulently, which removes the accountability and liability. Anyone linked to those companies has a motive to launder money from the taxation system, including in relation to childcare services and the court processes and everything, through those companies into those illegal entity companies and to make lots of money from it. So until this system of fraud is stopped, we are not going to resolve this problem. The trouble we've got is the system of fraud is controlled and overseen by the government's enforcement agencies, including the police, the intelligence agencies. Social services are also centralised around it. So is the legal process, which is headed by the Crown. The monarchy are involved in this, okay? So they're not going to prosecute themselves. So it is only the people in their masses are going to change this. Now, somebody has put a comment on here saying society is about to collapse, financial meltdown. That's absolutely true. And that is one of the things I really need to talk about today, which we'll come to in a minute. But I've got my summary and strategy document in front of me here. And I believe these are the things that we need to compel. Sorry, there was a bit of echo there. These are the things, I'm going to read them off, and please just bear with me. And if you want me to stop, please tell me, Rangi. These are the points that I've put that we need to compel in the system to resolve all of this. So number one, and these are essential, I believe, a transparent taxation system at the source of payments where the masses can audit the government bank accounts themselves by viewing the periodic collective tax contributions and referenced expenditures as to where that money is being spent. This should include the ability to view the nation's available excess funds that should be maintained through a fluctuating taxation request system. At the moment, there is no transparency in relation to the finances of our nation at the source of payments. That immediately gives them the ability to falsify any figures they're presenting to the public, launder our tax contributions through the system, and that includes in relation to the childcare. So you will have barristers, social workers, solicitors, and I've seen it, I've got the evidence, not all of them, of course, solicitors, doctors, anyone involved in children's services have the potential to be linked to this fraudulent company system, and therefore they have a motive not to stop it. So we need to stop this system. Number two, please stop me, Ranki, at any point.
No, I want you to finish off that whole thing now.
Number two. Now, this is deliberate by our governments. There has never been verification of any company incorporations. So anybody can start up a company with a false name and a false address. Why do you think the government would be allowing that? It's deliberate because it removes the accountability and liability. So those people, if they want to, can be involved in child trafficking, can be involved in drug trafficking, can be involved in victimizing the public, can be involved in laundering tax contributions through those companies. There must be full verification of old and new incorporations, okay, to bring back that accountability and liability. So they must now check people's identity like they do with most things that we have to apply for, to confirm who these people are when they're starting up a company, and also their business address, and verify it's a real address. That has never been done, everybody, deliberately. Number three, there needs to be strict legislation with severe punishment to prevent anyone in positions of authority from making decisions for their own or affiliated reasons. At the moment, politicians only have to declare their interests in other things. If they fail to do that, there is no comeback for them. There is no punishment for them, really. There's nothing really happens. Okay, until that is changed, they have motives to make decisions not for the masses or for the environment, which is what they should be making decisions for. They make decisions for their own affiliated financial their own or affiliated financial gains, okay, or motives. So that is essential. Number 4, bear with me. Strict legislation. The people must be assured that the decisions being made are for the benefit of the masses and the environment, as this does not appear to have ever been the case. Okay, it's to suit the minority. This is what the decisions are being made for. That's not what our governments are there for. Number 4. Now, I believe there needs to be an assurance that there will be no further move to full digital currency control. And I need to come on to this, very important in a minute, Rangi, that we come on and talk about this in a bit more detail. No further move to full digital currency control, and to ensure that there is the ability to peacefully protest against any corrupt government policies by withholding tax contributions and still having the ability to survive by making other forms of simple payment in the event of a freeze of digital funds. Now, they are on the verge of changing that forever and removing cash, and I need to come on to that in a minute in a little bit more detail. Okay, because otherwise what we're going to see is policies being brought in, i.e. removing the age of sexual consent or reducing it, without consultation, appropriate consultation with the public. That will be one of the first things that we will see happening. I'm almost certain of it. Okay, and I think they'll remove the age of sexual consent possibly altogether. There's lots of evidence suggesting they were looking at doing that with the National Council for Civil Liberty, who had an affiliation to the Paedophile Information Exchange. This is a government organisation. You had politicians as part of the National Council for Civil Liberties, including Harriet Harman and Patricia Hewitt, and Harriet Harman's husband, and that organisation was affiliated to an openly paedophile organisation. Harriet Harman is still a member of Parliament. Okay, so you can see how serious this is. Number 6, I believe this is so serious, okay, that we're never going to be able to trust anyone that's been in a position of power again. So I believe there needs to be the staged resignation of all politicians and their advisors, legal teams, chief of police and crime commissioners, and heads of government organisations who have been in a position to address this criminal system that has been going on for absolutely decades, leading to the abuse, torture and murder of children. Okay, they need to resign in a staged resignation system. Anyone that has been in power and has not prevented this system since it was identified, okay, and I started identifying this with evidence in 2022, and have not already resigned. The public will never trust these people again after this. Okay, and I just want to reiterate, there's overwhelming evidence that children are being tortured for their blood, for adrenochrome, in relation to all of this. It's absolutely heartbreaking what these children have gone through, and I can talk about all of the evidence for that.
Can I interject there, Gary? If I can ask something? So my thoughts are, the financial crimes and all this kind of stuff, of course, they're relevant and they're important, and that kind of stuff is also, of course, at the backbone of everything. I get that. But of course, we want to stop the other stuff you just talked about, like the adrenochrome and, state kidnapping and all the kind of stuff that's been talked about here. So that's, to me, that's, forget the financial side. That's the kind of bigger element. There's a pecking order, I guess, that's what I'm trying to say, on the level of, what can be addressed by us as the public, and where we have the pinch points, let's say, where you can get to them, let's say, if that was to say. But the other thing I was going to mention, Gary, is, all the points you made are, all valid, very good, on the sense of what is necessary and what's not necessary and all that kind of stuff. The bank account rights, I wanted to point that out, actually. So the right to a bank account, where there is no, at the moment you got stories of people's bank accounts being frozen for this reason or that reason, or, when you try and take money out or something like that, all that kind of stuff. And I even tried opening up a bank account recently. I've got a few bank accounts already, but I tried opening another one, and I had some issue with a CCJ on a parking ticket at Aldi's or something like that. And I think that kind of affected me opening a bank account in a bank I already had an account in. To be honest, it was a Nationwide, and I wanted to open up another account in there, a joint account with somebody else. and they didn't, do it. They said my credit thing didn't go through and whatever. And the point I was trying to make to the teller or the person I was talking to at the bank was that, well, I'm not intending to go into overdraft or anything like that. I don't have an overdraft. So what do I'm just using the money to just, to transact with in the bank account. So, to put money in and to, just use it as an intermediary account because there's another account with savings in it that needs to be transferred, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So I'm never going to go, into a overdraft territory or anything like that where they're giving me credit for it. And then I also asked, like, well, if I'm going to, ever apply for a mortgage or anything like that, you're going to do another credit check at that time anyway. So, why do I need to, why do you have to turn down the bank account now? So the point I was trying to make was we should have a right to a bank account. Maybe there's some, some stipulations because they're always going to use this money laundering, terrorism and all this kind of stuff as a block for people to, not be able to do certain things, when they want, or block off your account because they want to just inconvenience you for whatever reason. So, there should be a right to a bank account where there's no way that they can interfere. If you want to buy food, all that kind of stuff, your cards aren't going to get blocked and all that kind of stuff. So it's partly what you kind of mentioned a little bit earlier there. And just on like Magna Carta and age of consent and stuff like that, I don't know how it works, but yes, I know different countries have different ages and all these things. But what is the right age? And, where should we kind of draw the line in that sense? As you talking from experience. So I'm just throwing this out there really in the sense of like, we should have a hard and fast line probably. There should be like, 16 or whatever might be the case. But the point I'm trying to make is, okay, so that needs to be there as a fixed thing where everybody is clear and, I don't know, set in stone, maybe, in that sense. But one final point, Rangi. The other thing, Gary, I was going to say was what we lack as the public and you and me individually and so on is leverage. We don't have leverage to change things on a certain level.
Yes,
because we're exposing a lot of stuff and so on. What the government has is the leverage, or MPs, let's say the government running, the 100 MPs or whatever it is that run the government, they have the leverage of the police, they have the leverage of the media, they have the leverage of the justice system, they have the leverage of the military, they have the leverage of the public officials, in the civil service and all that kind of stuff. So basically those 100 MPs have the leverage of all those systems in place. Whereas the only leverage we have really is numbers, in my opinion. But the leverage is only there if we have organized action, like the tax withholding that you mentioned. So, the tax withholding, of course, works, but you've got to do it in a way that's going to be pinching, certain things as necessary. So the leverage has to be there. It has to be measurable, all that kind of stuff. So that's just the points I wanted to try and bring up. That was it. Yeah,
no, that's all right. But listen, you could ask many questions as you want, but do one at a time. You're getting a lot of red letter hearings you're giving out. And how are we supposed to answer it? Oh, you see what I'm saying? So do one, get the answer, do another one, get the answer, because then it just keeps it simple. Then we know exactly what he's saying. But I'm hoping that Gary's picked up a lot of that, because when you mentioned about the leverage, just on the leverage, I will say one thing is, if we got the numbers, because that's really what you were talking about. They've got the MP. Hang on. So you were talking about the leverage that they got the MPs, they got the military, they got in the parliament, 100. Well, if we've got 30, 40 million members of the public, we got the leverage.
No, we haven't, Rangi, because so far...
Hang on. Stop. There's a lot more to that. You talk about leverage. So what's the purpose of the whole public then? Don't forget this. Remember this. They work for us. We don't work for them. Okay? That's the main thing I want you to understand. But we'll get back to that in a second. Gary, do you want to answer him to
Yep.
as much as you can with that?
First of all, everyone needs to realise that the child trafficking is linked to the financial system. So you can't separate the two and resolve the child trafficking if you're not going to look at this fraud. Okay, because I don't know if you understand what's happening, but they'll be laundering tax contributions and other financially obtained money through this fraudulent system, and they'll be laundering money in relation to the child abuse, torture, murder, adrenochrome, etc. Jeffrey Epstein is linked to everything I'm talking about. Ghislaine Maxwell, Jimmy Savile, they're all linked to this system of fraud that's linked to our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Okay, so you can't separate the two, because as soon as you stop the system they're using for laundering the money, you will see that there'll be a huge knock-on effect with the problems that they're actually putting through that system. So it will have an effect on the adrenochrome and everything else massively. Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry, Gary. I was just going to say, wouldn't also like somehow holding, say, Keir Starmer's or whoever accountable have an impact? But the thing is, they're untouchable at the moment.
Yeah. Well, this comes on to the leverage that we've been talking about. So on my document, which I've said, we do have leverage because you've already touched on it on one point. So the withholding of tax contributions, but you're right, it needs to be done in a way where the masses are happy to do that. And that's why it's important with people like myself and Rangi's evidence. People need to see that the crime's been taking place. Now, remember, I'll come back to this. The system is criminal. Our governments are criminals. They are complicit to this system. They're ignoring all of the evidence. 650 members of parliament I've emailed. Okay, 40 out of 43 police forces. They are all now criminals because they are now conspiring to allow international government fraud and child trafficking to continue. That means they have no right, of course they will try, they have no right to try and tell us anything until they can prove to us that they're not going to carry on being criminals. They're not doing that. They're ignoring it. And this is why I've got critical information, because they are now actually backed into a corner. And I think something very significant is going to happen very soon, but I'll come to that in a minute. So the other leverage that we've got is striking. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, that's going to have a really negative effect. Or what about prisons? What about this? Hold on a minute. We have children being abused, tortured, and murdered. And we're talking a lot of children. And we're talking about a criminal system. We have to step outside of what is normally acceptable in our, if we had a long time period to try and deal with this. This has been going on for decades. I've been exposing it for 2 and a bit years. Okay, they're all ignoring it. We've got to step outside of this normal conformity process and say, right, we've got to save these children now. We've got to do something. We've got to step up to the mark. These children do not have a voice. We've got to scream for these children now. And if that means we go on an international strike to compel these changes that I'm talking about, listing off to you now, then that's what we've got to do. So another thing is an international strike until they acknowledge the truth instead of ignoring it and tell us what they're going to do to prevent it. At the moment, they're ignoring it. That's not good enough. They're criminals for doing that. They're conspiring.
Right. So this is where I'm going to just mention again the leverage. So if they're ignoring it, Rangi, this is the point I'm trying to make, that if they're ignoring these things, that means we have no leverage. So what I'm saying is the leverage has to have obviously an aim and a bite, a pressure. The pressure's got to be there, right? Whatever the leverage is, whether it's evidence or whether it's something else, but there's got to be bite behind the system. As in, like, you don't have, or we don't have a police force that can actually implement those, those accusations, or rather the alleged, crimes that we've identified, right? Gary's identified and so on. So if they're ignoring it, then that's no leverage. So the strike is a good idea, Gary. I would agree with that. And what I was going to say with that is exactly what strikes do. They create leverage, on a company or whatever, in that sense, to allow the company to change whatever practice it is that they're trying to, push through, or whatever it is. So that's where the taxation or withholding taxation and things comes in. Now, Rangi, the point you make about 30, 40 million, people, you've seen my document. I've written a document called 15 Reasons Why the Freedom Movement Has Been Failing and Solutions for a Fighting Chance, and why activism in general fails, or takes decades for things to change. It could be done quicker if you, identify the right things. It's possible. But that's exactly what I'm trying to say. The point that with leverage, it's the organized leverage that works, like a strike, but not international strike. I would say, Gary, just concentrate on the UK. Let's get the UK sorted out. That's the first thing. And that's a blueprint. The blueprint can be taken up anywhere else if they want.
I'll come to that. Can I just explain, Rangi, now the sort of critical urgency of the information that I've now got? Is it a good time?
Yeah, 1 second, Gary. So, look, when you talk about leverage, Freedom, I understand what you're saying, and I know we mentioned that they'll ignore it where do you go? Look.
So that means, Rangi, there's no leverage.
Hang on. I'm going to put it in the language that most people understand as well. Look, we're talking about our children. If somebody comes and like bullies our child, we're going to say, hey, stop it. And they're going to just keep doing it and ignore and stop it. Somewhere across the line, I'm going to slap them, aren't I? These are our children we're talking about. Who gives a damn about the damn titles? But we're trying to do it the right way. And to do it the right way, we need the public to wake up, to come together. Because this isn't a joke overall about techniques. It's about people coming together regardless of color, creed, religion. I totally agree with that. If everybody comes together, it could be done peacefully. But if they continue to do this, or just, it's like I just mentioned, give you a simple example. Mute yourself now anyway. If somebody keeps coming and they keep provoking your child, there's only so long that you're going to take it before you react. Simple as that. Okay, it's froze me there. Gary, do me a favor. Can you finish off? And actually, do you want to finish off them 9 points, or do you want to get into?
I'll just finish these quickly. Okay, so where are we? Stage resignation of everybody. We're not going to trust them again. This is going off subject slightly, but it's actually not, and it's tying into the critical information I've got. The removal of any harmful mobile communication systems that do not meet strict and suitable liability and accountability, and a commitment to never install such potentially harmful technology again. I'm going to come to it when I get to the critical stuff. Now, this is something we're going to have to look at, because people aren't going to accept when the truth comes out as to what's been going on. Suitable compensation for the people who have been defrauded by this system, and in particular those that have struggled the most as a result of it. And number 9, a public trial for those that have been instrumental in allowing this system of fraud and its sinister activities to have continued for so long. So how do we compel these changes? We need the overriding strategy should be peaceful non-compliance to compel an essential change in the system to bring back truth, transparency and trust. A suitable system will reduce the potential effects of any sinister motives of prospective leaders. Okay, if you have a suitable system in there, then the leader doesn't necessarily matter so much. If the system is safeguarded and auditable by the public, then you've got that to fall back on to bring back in that safeguarding. So how do we do it? I'm not going to go into, I'm just going to quickly list these off because we'll be here for a long time otherwise. Specific strategies is share the evidence and form local community groups around this evidence as soon as possible. However you need to do that. I'm happy to take part in video calls to show the evidence. And please remember, everything I'm saying is supported by evidence, and everything that's happening is telling me I am absolutely on the mark with everything, which I'm going to come to in a minute. Loads of things have been going on. So we need to get the evidence out. We're running out of time. Now, the second thing relates to the directed energy threat that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And that if they do not remove that, then the people need to disable that, and they can do that lawfully themselves. Okay, and we're going to come to that in a bit more detail. The third thing that we need to do is financial non-compliance. Nobody can now legally pay any taxes now that the overwhelming and verifiable and corroborative evidence of this criminal system is fully exposed. This is because anyone that knowingly then pays into it are aiding and abetting a criminal offence, the system of crime, causing suffering to children by making such payments. Okay, and there's various methods I've put to do that. D, our groups, community groups, need to hold those in positions of authority to account. Okay, we need to consider hard-copied petitions within our groups to get these people to resign if they're not going to do it voluntarily. Obviously, a sustained international strike, and I believe it needs to be international, and I appreciate what Freedom is saying, but I think you'll realise how critical things are in a minute when I tell you what's been going on. And this is an international problem, okay? It's not just the UK. The final thing that the people may have to do, and there's a lot of information I've got in relation to this, is we may have to consider strategic coordinated public arrest teams to actually go and arrest these people and remove them from their power. That can be done. There's a way of doing it, but that's obviously a very last resort. But to be honest with you, I would do that now. If I knew I had enough people, I would be going and I would be sending out strategic arrest documents, which are almost scripted, so anybody can do it, and we're going to arrest these politicians and chief constables, because that's how bad things really are at the moment.
So Gary,
No. 1 second. Let him finish.
sorry.
We'll come back to you. Don't worry about that. You got time.
So there's a lot more.
Finish up.
There's a lot more information on this document about methods of doing those things, but I think we're at the point now where those things need to seriously be considered. And in fact, I'm going to be suggesting that there is an international strike on the 5th of November this year because of things are so critical. And do you want me to tell you about that critical stuff now, Rangi?
Actually, we are going to get into that. We might as well get into that now, because for half past, Survivor, if you're actually in the comments, get yourself in the box, because I'll need you in the box shortly, and then we'll move forward. But yeah, Gary, I mean, I actually had a look at what you sent me. It is disturbing, but then again, I'm not surprised, because they've already talking about all this is already bad enough. And for me, this is just as bad as what you're going to say, but it's going to hit nail on the head for most of the people. And this is the main thing. And if anybody wants any clarity, the information with what Gary's going to be talking about, what he's saying, he will make it available. I want to emphasize that. And anything that I'll be speaking about with the evidence, I will be making it available. Yeah, Gary, go on. I want you to finish off that side, please.
Okay, so a few months ago, I was directed to a group of people on Telegram who were very pro Donald Trump, shall we say. And over the last few months, I've had various attempts to get me to believe in the Donald Trump agenda and what's happening. Around this was a mention of an emergency broadcast system, which I think we're all aware of. It's a system where our phones make an alert. And a few months ago, my wife and I, after I'd heard this, my wife was driving along, and I was in the passenger seat, and suddenly my phone started making an emergency broadcast system, okay? And all of my apps were closed, everything was closed, and I know other people have had these. And it basically talked about a 10-day communication blackout. And I listened to it. It went on for about 15 minutes saying we need to get food, there's going to be no communication. They're then going to release the truth of what's been happening around the world in relation to the abuse, torture and murder of children, the organ harvesting, the adrenochrome, the fact that politicians and, our governments have potentially been involved in it. Anyway, so this popped up on my phone. Nobody else had it. Nobody. I checked with people around the country, so it was deliberately targeted at me. If we jump forward now, there's been several occasions where people have sent me stuff saying what's going to happen is there's going to be an emergency broadcast service internationally, and what they will do is have a blackout communication period, so there'll be no communication for anyone. Within that time, there'll be certain things that the people, now they're saying the Donald Trump agenda will then be taking over and implementing some sort of safeguarded digital currency system and removing anyone involved in the child trafficking. In the last few days, I have had a specific date mentioned for the first time that I've seen it of this emergency broadcast message, okay? And it's for 2 days' time. Okay, now I've never been sent something with a date before. And I've had it now from multiple sources saying that in 2 or 3 days' time, there'll be an international emergency broadcast system on everyone's devices, and everything will be shut down. At that same time, today in fact, my public document file has been hacked and I cannot access it anymore. Now, I can't emphasize how important that public document file is. It had all of the now it's backed up, so don't worry, it's all backed up with many other people. But the fact that that has been hacked for the first time at this particular moment in time when this emergency broadcast system is supposedly happening, okay, I believe is very significant. And this is an encrypted filing system that I had. I can't access it. They've basically stopped me being able to get into it again in any way, shape or form. And I need to emphasize they will realize how important that document file is. Okay, and we've had the King, if we can just put this in perspective, we've had the King and Prince William resigning from companies as I'm exposing that evidence. We've had Companies House come in and make proposals for the first time ever to verify some companies' details, but not all of them, so they can be selective on who uses the fraud. Okay, we've had intelligence agency companies dissolving. We've had movement in company names, huge companies, including Nuclear Trident submarine linked companies, dissolving and changing their company names as I'm exposing this. We've had the Klaus Schwab step down as the chair of the World Economic Forum 3 days after I sent my evidence to the World Economic Forum, to the FBI, NATO and the World Health Organization. So that's just some of the things to give you an idea of to how much impact what I've been doing is having. And now they've suddenly, for the first time, stopped that evidence at the very same time that we are supposedly potentially having an emergency broadcast system with a date that has been mentioned. So I think the timing of this is potentially very, very critical, because there's several things they can do within that period of blackout. Now, just quickly, why else is this timing very important? Well, over the last 3 weeks or so, I've been collating evidence in relation to Julian Assange, okay? And from every angle that you look at the research from Julian Assange, it links back into this international fraud, to the child trafficking, and to the company that I was part of. Even a person called Shipton, I think, is it John Shipton, who is Julian Assange's father, links immediately through Companies House now this is no coincidence, okay, and I believe this is my faith, to my wife's family almost immediately, who then link to the Freemasons, who link into the fraud, and then link very quickly to somebody within my company who is linked to the intelligence agencies, the NHS, the police, international banking fraud, pharmaceuticals. They also link through my evidence to the adrenochrome, to 6G technology, the military, the royal. I'm not even making any of this up. It's all documented. You can go and look at it. Linked to Russia, Ukraine, the intelligence agencies, the politicians, and everything. So I found out today that Julian Assange's father was recently invited by Vladimir Putin. Okay, this is Mr. Shipton, to a summit in relation to BRICS digital technology currency. So those of you who haven't heard of BRICS, it's a digital currency system using blockchain technology. Russia, China, Brazil, and several other nations already use it, okay? And Julian Assange's father, that links to all of this, has been invited to that. I'm going on a bit here. Just bear with me for 2 more seconds. BRICS technology is already linked through my evidence to the child trafficking. Okay? So what I believe they are doing very, very soon is they're going to try and bring in full digital currency control with BRICS technology to ensure that this is a system that will enslave us forever. So I want everyone to realize how absolutely critical what we do going forward now is. So that is why I am going to be calling for an international strike on the 5th of November. I've spoken to various people about this. 5th of November is obviously Guy Fawkes Night. It's also the date of the American elections, okay? What I'm going to do prior to that is send an email to all politicians informing them of what I'm proposing and telling them, because I've got to start doing something more now, because there's a lot of talking, there's a lot of stories and experiences, and I understand that, but we are at a critical time. So what I'm going to try and do is compel them to acknowledge this and the evidence prior to that date, and to try and start compelling a change in the system with these things that I've just mentioned to you. Okay, now I know everyone may not agree with those things that I've said, but we have to do something very, very soon. Sorry, Vanky, you were going to say something then.
No, that's fine. So what I'm going to do next is, because what I'm going to be going through is with some evidence of social services. I'm going to do that at 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is right now is, because I've had a few people waiting. So Freedom, if you just mute yourself, we've got all day, all evening anyway. So.
Yeah, can I just say one thing, just to ask Gary, what are the police doing, Gary?
No, the best thing is don't ask him anything, because that lead him to answer it, and then we're back to that, because, Josh has been waiting. Let me go through them, and if there's nobody in the boxes, feel free. We don't mind. It just, I don't want the people waiting, because some people are going to be on limited time.
No,
if I could... Go
Gary,
ahead.
I'm just going to say, can you, Gary, check my profile out if you can. It's an app for social activism network. So
I'm going to send him it anyway.
Send the links. Yeah, thanks very much, Gary. I'll mute myself there. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm going to send him that anyway. If I could get Josh Sticky, can you just unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Did you have a comment or a question? Or you want to add on to what we were talking before?
Yeah, I want to add on.
Okay.
What as well, before I start, I'd like to say to Freedom, what you said about movements not, freedom movements failing. If you look at it like this, if something were to happen to Gary tonight, that would be a massive part of this freedom movement that would be gone, and there would be no one else to replace it. And equally so, if something happened to Rangi or yourself with what you're doing, if in a freedom movement, if we can't keep momentum going, and we can't unless as individuals we're all fighting, there's no way that we're going to be able to ever keep a freedom movement going. That's the first thing I want to say.
No, that's fine. Tell us some updates, because I do know the sister here has been getting the curriculum of the schools, the information for that, and I want an update on that, and that's very, very vital. This goes along with what Gary was mentioned, what we already know about. They're trying to reduce the age consent and the inappropriate teaching on our children. But Josh, I'm going to give the platform to you now. Can you just give us the update on all that, please?
And I'd want to add to what you just said, and that is that whilst they're trying to lower the age limits for sex education and stuff in schools, that they're also taking away parental responsibility, because they're not putting it to the parents. The parents take it for granted quite a lot that the kids are safe in school with the curriculums, and this might be the beginning of where the social services are going to be involved, because I know of a family last week, where a 14-year-old girl were refusing to learn to be a boy, and for that she got excluded for the day. And mum were brought in, and she brought her brother in, the girl's uncle, for support, and they agreed that if this girl does not want to learn to be a boy, that why should she have to? They were totally fine with her not doing that. Because of that, now as a result, the girl's been permanently excluded, and social services have been brought in against the family. So I'm thinking now, to add to what you're saying, that this is another route, this is another way where they could impose on families. They're getting to the foot in the door. You can't close that gap ever without fulfilling and jumping through every single hoop that they want you to jump through. And I'm starting to believe now that this curriculum issue which is really, really, really bad. This thing I've got in front of me here, I'll just read it out to you briefly. Sex education is part of RSHE, which stands for Relationships, Sex and Health Education. It is mandatory for RSHE to be taught in all secondary schools in England. Primary schools must cover relationships and health education. You can decide what that is yourself, health education, but can choose whether or not to cover sex education. Now, that is at the discretion of the head. Now, if that head is one of these individuals who knows an individual that's a social worker, who knows an individual in any of these rings or circles, it's all a domino effect. They've got a big brother eye on everything that's happening, and it's all this is part of their way of being nosy and exploiting us, really, basically. And if any of you look into your kids' curriculums, I think you will find things that you would want to question. Now, the thing is that this curriculum, it's not presented anymore on a piece of paper to parents or anything like that. If you don't look for it, you're not going to know, you're not going to find it, and you're not going to realise. To do that, you're going to have to either ask or you're going to have to go online, and everything is online, allegedly. Now, some schools are saying if you want to know, you've got to get in touch. Now, I don't have a child in primary anymore. My youngest is in secondary. So they'd want to know my position. They'd want to know why I'm asking. They'd want to know who I'm working for. And basically I wouldn't get anywhere. And that's another thing, that we're not going to get anywhere. We can complain to the parents, governors. We can take it higher. We can take it to even solicitors. At some, every like Gary was saying, no one's going to listen to us. You've got to have evidence. So unless I've got people's curriculums with the evidence right in front of me where I can group it together, and even then I've got to work out who I can go to that's not going to be corrupt, because everybody is going to be corrupt. Nobody is going to want to listen to me, even with the evidence. So it's going to take the people, it's going to take a movement, and it's going to take a massive realisation for everyone to realise that even in the education system, our children are extremely at risk.
Well, Joss, firstly, I'm glad that you came on and you're bringing this out, and obviously people, I hope they're paying attention to it. But long as we understand, look, we have moral standards in the United Kingdom, okay? A lot of this way it's going down the route of, it's about, remember, I think we mentioned it, most of the lives, this is all about good against evil, okay? This is inappropriate kind of discussions and topics that they're trying to teach to our kids. And damn right, there's no parent that I personally know that's going to allow and go along with this. And 100% I do agree that this is a setup for the social workers to get involved, interfere in your home life, make any forms of claims that they want, because that's what they do, to steal our kids, okay? Yeah. Because that's a part of the indoctrination, and that's the least of your concern. So for the people that are probably thinking about information of children being stolen and all that, I've actually put a post out. It was a few years ago, but it's still happening today, okay, where they accidentally handed over 10,000 children to a child trafficking ring. Was it accidental? Are we run by a bunch of morons? No, they knew exactly what they were doing. And they're using our children to make money, selling them off. And then it comes into the topics of what Gary was talking about, how they used these children. Now, you got to remember this. These are somebody's babies. And this is still happening today. And we need to wake up. And this is the main thing I care about, is our kids and their future. Okay, and we need to put an end to this. So just on the kids alone, moral standards, the way we are as a community, I don't know any English person, Christians, any religion. I don't know anybody personally who think this is okay. So if this isn't okay, who are these people telling us what they should teach our babies? So our children should be going to school to have fun, to interact. I mean, these are obviously, remember the smaller schools where they interact, get to know each other, get to learn small education of maths and English before they go to the secondary school, people skills, not about sex education. This is not acceptable. And if they are going to do that, that just tells me one thing. Because let's be realistic. If it was the public members, a public person just going past and he started talking to your little baby 4-year-old or 5-year-old, 6-year-old, talking about sex, what is the first thing that'll be on our mind? There's something wrong with that person. It would fit into that description, wouldn't it not? So that's exactly what we're dealing with today. Forget the idea, oh, I'm a teacher. Who gives a shit? I'm a social worker. Who gives a damn? You keep that nonsense away from our kids. And we need to start waking up.
And I sent it to you, Rangi, and I don't know how I'd explain it on here to everyone else, but it were a piece of someone's homework.
Well, it is. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to break all this down and I'm going to start making it available for everybody to see it. That's why I wanted you here and I wanted you to speak on this part of it because I left it to you, remember, because there's so many parts of the issues.
I need people to send.
I'll arrange people. Don't you worry. I'll arrange the people for you. For just on that topic with the schools and the curriculums of what's happening. Leave the social services and that to another part of it because we're going to have to deal with all of them because we're not bothered who they are. Remember, this is about the safety and the well-being of our kids. They shouldn't be interfered in this kind of nonsense at all. But just give me a second because I just want to know if Gary wanted an input on the topic that you've just brought up or even with what I said. Gary, is there anything that you wanted to add into what we've just been saying?
Just really that what Josh is talking about is a multi-pronged attack, and I don't want to get too, don't want to get too spiritual with people here, but we're talking about a satanic attack, multitude of angles, including the sexualization of our children, including a transgender agenda, shall we say, transhumanism agenda, and depopulation agenda. This is a huge. I really don't want to get too spiritual here, but it's an evil attack against humanity in so many different ways. And in a minute, I'm going to read you once somebody else and Rangi's happy. Somebody else has had a chat, and I'm going to read you the Albert Pike letter because I think this is critically what we're seeing happening now.
Right. So what I'm going to do, Josh, thank you very much. Mute yourself. Can
I just read this very short passage out? This is something that is for key stage 2 kids, so that's from age 8 to 11. And this says, the set of internal feelings and convictions, like an 8-year-old's going to know, that you have about your gender is called gender identity. This may not align with your gender you are assigned at birth based on your sex, and man and woman are genders. They are social ideas about how people who have vulvas and vaginas and people who have penises and testicles should behave. Now, I would not want my 8-year-old anywhere near the person that we're teaching this, never mind this. I would see my child as at risk at school learning this.
Absolutely. Just with what you've mentioned, obviously when I get through to you, I'm actually going to be sending this to all the churches, all the synagogues, all the mosques throughout the country, of every temple. Wake up, public.
Great
it's about
stuff.
coming together.
Yeah, great stuff. I just need more evidence because, like what everybody's saying, we can speak all day long, but we need to evidence that evidence all the way, and that's what I need. I need curriculums, please, people.
Well, I'll give you some. I'll get you some support on that side of it. I'll get you some more team members. That's not a problem, okay, Josh? But just hang fire, Josh. Let me just go to. Is it Big Shah? Is it?
Evening there, Rangi. How you doing, mate?
I'm okay, young man. How are you today?
Okay, my friend. I've got my own story to tell, basically, regarding Birmingham Social Services.
Right. Now, one thing I want to let you know first is if you're in that circumstances right now, do not say anything.
No, I apparently got myself out the situation.
Have you out the situation?
I had revoked their rights, my friend.
Okay. Well, don't go into too much. Straightforward to bullet points, because in general, you know what I mean, I want to know, people need to know, and how we can help others as well, to be perfectly honest. So go on then, Big Chan.
Right. What I want to say is that Birmingham Social Services are corrupt to the pinnacle.
Oh, yes, we know
Take
that.
your kids away. I had voluntarily gave my child up to Birmingham Social Services, and then they pointed their dirty fingers back towards the father, and they put accusations against the father, not the mother. Then what happened was they put me on a 24-month course, back and forwards, from Manchester to Birmingham, Birmingham to Manchester, where they had my child. In the ending, I got pissed off sitting in these meetings, and I just told them that, look, I'm revoking your rights right now. I took the child, told her to run out the door and never look back again. Which at the same time, on the same day, I had a social worker at my door trying to budge through the door. I said, stop there right now. I've revoked your rights. I never heard of them for another 8 months. They got back to me again, saying we need to get the file closed. What's that about then?
So you're asking me the question then?
Yeah, because they're saying they haven't closed the file.
Right. So this is a setup, right, with social services. They'll always just keep the case open. So, for example, even when you finish the case, because you've been in or in their radar, shall we say, it's always a potential that they want to come back in. Because don't forget what the purpose is. The purpose is they need to get your kids, because this is about taking kids. It's not about safeguarding children. It's not about child protection. It's got nothing to do with all that. They just want to get in. They're always going to frame the fathers in general. I talk about the narrative all the time. Okay, so this is not about color, creed, or religion. So, for example, if you're a white Caucasian man, it's automatic that they're going to say that you're prone to domestic violence.
Absolutely.
And just 1 second, sir. So you're prone to domestic violence and you're an alcoholic. If you're, let's say, an African descendant, you're prone to domestic violence and you're probably a drug dealer, okay? And then it could be somebody in my tan complexion kind of thing, that I'm prone to domestic violence and I may be a terrorist. This is the narrative. Now, the domestic violence, why it goes on every single one of them, is known as the DV Gateway. Okay, which is an extra piece of funding they get from European. Okay, because when we left the EU, we actually lost all the funding, and there was a loophole which is known as the DV Gateway. So they've got to claim this or get the mother to claim this. I've seen it hundreds of times where they go to a mother when there's no issues between the parents. They'll go to the mother and they'll say, "Hey, look. If you we believe there's been domestic violence. If you say he's been domestic violence, we'll let you keep your children, or we're taking the children." Now you see the entrapment there.
Absolutely.
You have no evidence, nothing whatsoever. But if you say yes, then we let you keep your children. Now, really, if they say that to me, I'm going to give them a slap. I mean, what are you talking about? What kind of psychological mental state are you in? So it's the DV Gateway is purely to do with funding, an extra bit of money, and gives them the power in the court because it's an extra allegation. Automatically it goes in the court. And also what happens is it destroys your relationship. which if you look throughout the United Kingdom, Wales and Ireland, where there is genuine domestic violence taking place. However, now women don't even speak up about it, or even the men. Why? Because they know if they speak up and reach out, where in the past they have done, they've reached out, and as a result of it, what they should have done is supported the mother, for example, because she was going through domestic violence. But they use it as an excuse now. Oh, well, because you've gone through domestic violence, you weren't strong enough, so you're not fit enough to have the children, so now we'll take you. Don't they understand what domestic violence is all about, and coercive control and alienation? They don't understand all this. So all the time, these operate on the false narratives as an excuse just to take your kids. Exactly what we were talking about with just there about the school education. It's an excuse just to get your children. They're not bothered about nothing else. And when you actually look at the statistics, you only have 5% of cases that they have that are genuine cases. 15% of them are cases where they should be, it could be a new parent, a young new parent that needs some help and support. Okay, that may not have the parents near them, so they need that help and support, a bit of guidance of being a parent. They don't even help them, and 80% of them, they manufacture the crap up for a living. Okay, this is fact findings, not crap findings. That's why we have so many mothers and fathers up and down the country, as well as committing suicide, suffering, and no aid is coming to their home. And on top of that, always remember, when that happens, it's the children that are also going through all this here. They talk about future risk of emotional harm. And the first thing that child goes through emotional harm when they steal the child, because they're not looked after, they're not cared about, they're completely neglected, they commit perjury on them, bully them, intimidate them, threaten them. Would you like to see the evidence? Well, I'll be showing you all this evidence. Let me get my hands onto this now, because I've said it enough times in the past, and I've been telling everybody for any further clarity, I'm sick of repeating it. Now it's a case of whoever wants to see it, I'm just going to show you this, and let's move on, because that's the main thing. But Bagjan, that's 100% the way they are. They're going to continue being like that. They're not going to change anytime soon, that's for sure. But thank you very much for the question. I'm just going to quickly go to, is it
Thank you.
Esbro? Is that Esbro or Sabaro? If you could just unmute yourself, please. That one there. You might see my sign language, even though you might not be able to hear me. I'm not sure. Esbro, can you unmute yourself? I don't even know if I'm saying that right. I don't mean to say it wrongly, but I can see an S and a BRO. Esbro? Right. If, right. Gary, just take over for a second. They just obviously muted me again. Can you hear me, Gary?
Yes, I can, my friend. Esbro, are you there? Last chance, come in. No? Okay, I'll just do a bit of talking for a minute. A few people saying, well, what are the police doing? Why aren't these people being arrested? The police are involved, okay? This is an organised gang, a criminal gang system by our governments. The whole system is criminal, okay? At the very heart of this, the incorporation fraud, the police are connected to those incorporations, not all of them, of course, but it's a centralised system. Everyone needs to understand that. My evidence shows that the Freemasons are massively part of this. They've infiltrated the whole world. They've infiltrated every religion. Okay, every religion has Freemasons within it, and the Freemasons are running the show. Okay, there's a lot of a history behind this, but the Freemasons are running the show. I've shown that through my evidence. All of the charitable front side of things of the Freemasons, which I think has been used to capture people into that organization. Most of them are illegal, fraudulent companies. So that allows them the ability to launder money, tax contributions money from the public, a crime, okay, to defraud the public through the taxation system through these illegal entity companies. Everyone needs to understand this. It's worth trillions of pounds. And of course, if we're being defrauded through the taxation system, we're paying more tax than we should be, which has a knock-on effect. And it relates into everything that we've just been talking about. You've got domestic violence companies that are part of this fraud. Okay, you've got rehabilitation companies for alcohol and drugs that are part of this fraud. You've got drugs research companies that are part of this fraud. So it creates the motive to keep the problem going, doesn't it? Because they can just say, well, we've got these problems going on, domestic violence, we've got alcohol abuse or drug abuse, we need more tax money to come in, pump it through this fraudulent system, out the back into the offshore accounts. Okay, they're creating the problems, including health problems, okay? I actually suspect many of the health problems are deliberately introduced into mankind to defraud the public through the healthcare system. The NHS is linked to this fraud. I've got the evidence. It's part of this fraud. It links to the child trafficking. The person in my company who removed me, who called a meeting to remove me as a director because I was refusing to file our accounts with forged bank documents appearing to be produced by someone on the Treasury Department of Lloyds Bank, was an NHS chief executive officer in charge of a £700 million budget and 10,000 staff for the Isle of Wight, Hampshire and Dorset. Everyone needs to realise how vast this is. We are running out of time. We need to focus at the key problem here, and that is the fraud in the incorporations, which is the motive for everything that we are seeing. Now, just quickly, I'm going to read you a letter that I believe is a genuine letter. Well, it's actually got extracts from the letter, and it was the Albert Pike letter written to Mazzini. So just bear with me for this, and you will see when we look at the World War III section how this is so relevant to what we're seeing. Go for it. Go for it. And how important it is that Rangi and I are working with each other, a Muslim with a Christian, and I really do hope other faith groups join us. Let's work together and unite over this, because this is their worst nightmare. So I'm going to read you this letter. Just bear with me for a minute. It's the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini. The Illuminati plan for 3 world wars, written on August the 15th, 1871. Now, you need to remember that Companies House was started in 1844, not long before this, okay? And I believe everything we're seeing has been set up around this Companies House fraud, including the legal system, with one of the huge motives being the abuse of children and very sinister activities in relation to children. The following is a letter that speculation claimed that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871 regarding a conspiracy involving 3 world wars that were planned in an attempt to take over the world. The Pike letter to Mazzini was on display in the British Museum Library in London until 1977, the year I was born, funny enough. This letter has been claimed by many internet sites to reside in the British Library in London, which denies the letter exists. Mazzini was an Italian revolutionary leader of the mid-1800s. Okay, remember, Companies House started in 1844. This person was an Italian revolutionary leader of the mid-1800s around that time, as well as the director of the Illuminati. Albert Pike, in brackets, historical Masonic figure, okay, Freemasons, Masonic, was a 33rd degree Freemason occultist. He was an occultist, okay, a secret society. Why would they be having things secret, okay? If they're a good charitable donation, why are the Freemasons so secret? Ask yourself that. Okay. Grand Master. He was also a Grand Master and creator of the southern jurisdiction of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. Following are apparently extracts from the letter showing how 3 world wars have been planned for many generations. The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the agentur, in brackets, agents of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. Okay, now this is what we're seeing. We're talking about transgenderism. We're talking about transhumanism. We're talking about stealing from the public, abusing children, all things that go against our moral conscience, which is, and I don't want to get too religious, but our moral conscience can be instilled even more in us through a faith. Okay, because we believe that we have to stick to our moral conscience because there's potentially consequences outside of this life. But here they are trying to weaken religions. In other words, potentially remove or subdue and fade the moral conscience within us that protects us all. Let's face it, treat others how we want to be treated. These people would not want to be stolen from themselves, but here they are. They're part of an international government fraud, stealing from the public through the taxation system. Goes against what they wouldn't do to themselves. Reading on, and I will get to the point, and you want to listen to the Third World War bit, because that is what I believe we are seeing now. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that the political Zionism be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. Okay, we've obviously got all of this stuff going on at the moment in Israel. It's all connected to what I'm uncovering in a huge way, and I can talk to you about that. During the Second World War, international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check until the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. The Third World War, listen to this, must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, in brackets, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, in brackets, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, okay, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere the citizens, obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilizations, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration. They will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer. Okay, Lucifer, this is a satanic...
And there, my friend, is that man.
Right, I've had to mute you there. Can you just let him finish and then we'll come back to you, young man?
Yeah, manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer brought finally out in the public view. The manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism both conquered and exterminated at the same time. Now, I suspect, and remember, I was a former police officer. This is a huge claim, and I think we all think it now with some of the evidence. I suspect the World Trade Center building disaster was actually by the US and UK governments and other governments to create a fake war between faith groups so that we fight amongst ourselves and eventually would lead to full digital currency control, which I think we're on the verge potentially in the next few days of a collapse, according to the information I've got coming in, to solidify this system of fraud against us all and enslave us all, including our children, okay, because it will mean that there is an unlimited supply of finances from us being forced to pay into this criminal system through digital currency. They'll then have an endless supply of funds to pay for their demonic, satanic ways with our children. So I think I just wanted to read that because I think it's very important to understand that that's probably what's happening.
You're right. So what Gary's read out there, I'm going to make it available so everybody can see this. Okay, over the next couple of days, I probably will arrange it. Whether it's well, it'll be on the
I would
TikTok
just
as
like
well.
to say as well, if you go to
Just
my
1 second,
YouTube
brother.
channel, it's all printed on there as well. I've got the Morals and Dogma, Albert
Yeah,
White,
just
all
1
on there.
second, brother, if you don't mind. Because obviously there's a lot of people listening. Let me just tell them and then we'll get you in. That's not a problem. Actually, we will be getting you in next anyway. So we will be making this available, even though, because I know there's been a few issues, but we are going to make everything available to what he's read out, where it come from, so you can actually see yourself. Okay, if the mod, if you can get back in the box, because I know for 10 o'clock I will be bringing something else into the equation, which is some evidence, and I'm going to start breaking that down. So we're going to get you in now, young man. Didn't mean to be rude to you, just obviously I wanted to give everybody this opportunity, that's all.
My
Did you have
friend,
a
you're not
question or a
I
comment,
do
young man?
apologise. I'm new to this. My name's Steve. It's not unique. I was given that name by TikTok. So I'm 51.
Steve, nice to have you on board anyway. How
No,
are you
mate,
today?
nice to speak to you all. Sorry, when I say mate, I have been told that some people find that offensive sometimes to listen. That's just how I speak. It's not meant of any sort of slating. It's just a term of endearment when I'm speaking. So I apologise. But anyway, your man that was just talking then about Albert Pike. Listen, this world, we've only got to look. We can all see it now. It's been run by demonic entities, and I think that's been the case for a long time. And they follow these scripts that are written. You've got Klaus Schwab and his love children, which I think Keir Starmer is one of. And they're really not here for us. They're here to. It's like when he was asked the other day, Keir Starmer, where would you rather be, in Parliament or Davos? And he said Davos. Well, Davos, as I'm sure we're all aware, is where billionaires go to tell millionaires how to run the world. And he would rather be there because Parliament is too, in his own words, too restricting. So he's not really into looking after the people here in this country. And I know there's lots of stuff going on at the moment about religions, and I think the main focus is on all these people that are being able to come into a country with no credential, literally nothing. If I landed in the country, I couldn't go on a plane, obviously, but if I swam to France, I'm sure if I didn't have any gear on me, I'll be put on the next boat home back to England. This is the thing that I don't understand, because I'm sure that these men that are all coming over on the boats, and they're all being accommodated in hotels, they're going to be on our streets soon in the UK, dressed in the UN uniform, which I think is very worrying. So I don't think it's about religion. I think it's about just all coming together and saying, listen, knock it on the head now. That's enough. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I've rabbled on. I'm going to shut up and mute myself.
No, you're 100% right. At the end of the day, the solution is that we all need to come together, regardless of our colour, creed, or religion, is to come together.
Their worst fear, my friend. I know I say when people say their worst fear, everyone goes, who do you mean? They. Do you mean like King Charles? Or no, I don't mean any of them. I mean people above them, people we don't know about. Their worst fear is, if ever, what they think of, I hear names bandied about, Goyam and arseholes or slave, whatever they choose to use for us. We're like a human farm for them. And it's about
absolutely, Steve. But this is the reason why it's very important. People need to wake up, because this is part of their technique about dividing and conquering. We now know this now, so we need to now start coming together, uniting together, and to take back our country really from this evil.
You know what's mad? I live in Birmingham, and I'm lucky enough to be able to. I've got. I work in Suffolk, so I flip between the two, Suffolk and Birmingham. So I like Birmingham. It's all like the latest technology and everything. It's like it's the second city of the UK. And then I go to Suffolk, and Suffolk is like proper sleepy, like proper old farmers. It's awesome when you see that diversity and you can get on with everybody. And then you see what's happening, and they're trying to just like stop everybody getting on. Get rid of these people that we put into positions of power on our behalf. Because we're the only ones who give them any power. They don't have that without us. So once we learn how to do that, imagine the world we could have.
No, I totally agree with you. But there is a lot of change that is coming up, and this is the whole purpose of everybody coming together. There is a lot happening, to be perfectly honest, up and down the country. I mean, Birmingham is a mess in itself, to be honest, which we've already seen that. But let me just get maybe Gary, if you wanted to add on to what Steve just mentioned there.
Yeah, I mean, the whole system's a mess. You know, the police, all of the organisations are. We're seeing it constantly. The corruption. Funny enough, I've just had some messages from people saying they can't believe what's happening with the police now, and the services. I mean, it's constant, isn't it? It's quite blatantly in our faces, and this is all part of, you know, because we've got the people at the top of this that are so lost in whatever you want to call it, sin or doing the wrong thing. It's going to filter down. You know, we're not going to. It's a systematic problem. We have to change the system. We can change it. We can compel that change if we all did some of the things that are being suggested. But you know, it would take a lot of us to do that. It's absolutely possible.
Imagine.
Yeah, it's
but then there's going to be a lot of people on the 26th. They're going to go to this. I know it keeps bandied about as it's a Tommy Robinson demonstration. Listen, I won't go into that. But anyway, I think that the reason why people are going there is to protest about the state of the country. We're in a shit state. I don't think. Thankfully, I'm 51. But I've never seen the country this fucking bad for the people who live in it.
No, absolutely.
And then they're offering, listen, I don't want to get involved in that free handouts to other people, but that's fact. That's not like a conspiracy theory. These people are coming over with no credentials. We don't know what they do. We don't know what they've done. And we're giving them 175 quid a day on a credit card, a free phone. Are you taking the piss? And you've got a man who fought for this country in the Falklands who's homeless on the fucking streets. Sorry, excuse my language. It's very frustrating.
It's interesting you mentioned the protesting because Tommy Robinson's linked to all of the problems we're talking about. Okay, he indirectly, but he's actually stirring up racial.
My friend, I promise you, it's not a good place to be. And you know, listen, you can go on YouTube. It's a simple Google search. He's already said that if there was a war starting tomorrow, he'd be out and he'd be fighting for Israel. Listen, okay, well, that's cool. You go and fight for them. So whether or not you're being paid by Mossad and you're not going to be there on the 26th, that's a definite. You're going to be arrested and you'll be somewhere having a knees up. But yeah, my friend, he's got a lot of people. And if they ever wanted to start a war, what would they think? They would stir tensions up between maybe Muslims or Jews or Christians or Catholics or whatever it was to be, and they would stir that to a melting pot, and then they'd stick all the hardcore in the capital city on one day. So if you're going to harm somebody, that's when you're going to do it. Either that or Remembrance Sunday. And this is what I'm saying to people. Listen, just be careful when you go there, because there's going to be people that are not there for that reason. They're not there to protest about the government's wrong-uns, which we all know they are. It don't take a rocket scientist to learn that they're all there to feather their own nest. You see the voice Prime Minister or whatever the bleeding hell she is, Angela somebody, having a jolly up in Ibiza. Are you taking the piss, mate? These are people that we've put there to run this country on our behalf. So if we put them there, nobody can take the fuckers out, surely.
Yeah, people need to realise that what we're seeing with Tommy Robinson is all part of this deception, okay? He's got a previous name, okay, that links through Companies House to a very prominent company in the fraud that I'm exposing, D&D Law Agency, okay?
I've read it, mate, I've read it.
They have, everyone needs to understand the technology that they now have available through directed energy weapons, okay? It's very, very... dangerous radiation technology that they have available. It's publicly available to see now. Someone's saying I'm lying. I've got the evidence on Tommy Robinson.
My friend, he's not lying.
Yeah, no, I've got the
Sorry,
evidence.
you're not lying. I'm talking to you, but yeah.
I've got the evidence on Tommy Robinson. I was in contact with his team. I was told he had my mobile number. Bearing in mind, I'm a former police officer talking about corruption within the police and the government. Everything he's interested in, supposedly, he's never contacted me at all. And I've got an email confirming he had my mobile number. He's linked via a company, via that previous name, to a Jewish connection, to the Israel.
Yeah.
But I believe the Jews...
Before it was the EDL, he was also working alongside the JDL.
Steve, 1 second. Let Gary finish, and then one at a time, because when you're overlapping, people can't hear it. That's all. Sorry, Gary. Finish off there, please.
Yeah, sorry, my friend. Just quickly. So Tommy Robinson is linked to the National Defence League that had a previous name linked to Israel. But I actually believe that the Jewish religion has been massively infiltrated by non-Jewish individuals to deliberately place the blame on the Jewish religion. There's a lot of stuff I can go into about that, but sorry, carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, right. So I did say for 10 o'clock. Let me just make sure. Always, are we ready for that? So I could do a bit of work on that side of it, because this is to do with social services and the corruption at the bottom. When it comes to...
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so let me give you, because obviously we're going to continue this chatting in general, leave all the topics open. We're talking about evidence with everything that we're talking about. So you must have heard of many people always say that the local social workers are also always withholding the information from the courts and other professionals, or providing false information. So people need to know what it looks like and why they're worried with what's actually happening. So I'm actually going to get some information now on document that will be available for the members of the public to actually view themselves, okay? Where it's been withheld from the court and other professionals. And once it's been read out, I want you to independently then think yourselves whether you find any concerns within this document. Now, this document was also made by a government body, a person who's doing safeguarding child protection within the council, part of a core group member, and works with the social workers with their team. Okay, so if I could get always, if you, I was thinking about doing 1 page at a time, because I know there's 3. However, it's one set of concerns on one case on its own there, because just like what we're going to do today, on Saturdays, I'm going to open up more liars, criminals and storytellers and show you evidence of that. But eventually I'll have to open it all up. And that's exactly what I'll be doing on everybody's case up and down the country. But I've got to do some safeguarding on it. That's all. But always, if I could just leave it in your hands now.
Yeah.
If you just read it out.
Yeah. So there's, well, first concerned is physical, emotional, psychological abuse being allowed to take place in family's home with members of extended family as well. There's evidence on a mobile phone.
Always what I'm going to suggest is, because obviously we're going to give them, if anybody's interested on safeguarding child protection, if you just read out the paragraph because it's the way the professional
Okay.
actually said it and read it. So this way they know they're getting the same one. Okay, that's all.
Okay, so whenever I'll miss out the names, so that I'll just be quiet when it's the name.
When
Okay?
it's been blanked out with the name, just say a child and then move on.
I'll just say
Parents,
blank.
move
All
on.
right. I am concerned that blank was allowing physical, emotional, and psychological abuse to take place in her family home with members of her extended family. This is evidenced by mobile phone recordings that blank has recorded while she was living at the mother's house, and evidenced by numerous letters that the child has written. I am concerned that blank is still concerned that this is still happening to her brothers, as evidenced by the letters she has handed to school. This is causing her anxiety, as evidenced by Cam's report. I am concerned because, as evidenced by recordings made by blank on her phone whilst living at her mother's house, her mother is having personal conversations in front of all three children, as evidenced by the recordings. She is saying that if the kids want to go and live with their father, they can, which is also slang for fob off, to get lost, F off, etc. I am concerned that, as reported, blank has told the younger boys that she has stopped them from seeing their dad because they are naughty for wanting to stay with him. And if they say this again, they will never see their father again. This is evidenced by blank conversation with blank and evidenced by follow-up emails to blank. I am concerned because, as evidenced by recordings I've listened to, that blank has made on her mobile phone whilst living at her mother's house, blank has been talking to her mum on the phone in front of all three children and has been recorded saying he can have his blank children. This could mean bastard children. He can stick his kids up his backside, I'll say. He's a dog. He's worse than a dog. Arranging to have father attacked. Boasting about how much verbal abuse she has given him the last time she confronted him. I'm concerned because blank deliberate allegations of stopping contact and applying for blank to be forced to live with her is causing blank anxiety and emotional abuse, as evidenced by Cam's report and letters. I am concerned that, as evidenced by the application in 2012, blank has forced blank to stay with her against her wishes. I have listened to evidence from mobile phone recordings made by the children, blank and blank. Talking to their mother in this recorded evidence, it is clear that blank and blank tell their mother that they do not want to live with her because she was lying about their father. And blank confronted their mother, as evidenced in the recordings, saying, "Mum, we don't want to live with you because it's embarrassing for us because everyone in school is telling us that you're going out with blank." The children, as evidenced, explained to their mother as to the reason they don't want to live with her. Mum rejects the claims and the children call her a liar. And say no, it's true, and challenge their mother. I am concerned that, as evidenced by blank letters, blank then forced blank to stay with her against her wishes, and blank told blank, the social worker, that she does not want to live with her mum, as evidenced by the mobile phone recordings made by blank. I'm concerned because I have listened to evidence from the conversation recorded by blank. In this, she tells the social worker that she has been self-harming because she doesn't want to live with her mother, and her mum is more interested in her own private life. She's always on the phone, and she has evidence for that via letters as well. These concerns may have been ignored and only contributed to the stress and anxiety originally caused by emotional abuse, as evidenced by Cam's report. I am concerned because, as evidenced in documents, Blank has historically been aware of Blank's views of not wanting to live with her. Blank was informed in the core group meeting, as evidenced by the minutes of the meeting, that Blank has anxiety over having to return to her mum and not being able to have contact with her brothers. It is evidence that Blank was well aware of this and how it's affecting the child, basically. I'm concerned that Blank has already admitted, as evidenced in documents, that she has no relationship with Blank, and as evidenced in documents, had no contact with her since March 2015, and as evidenced in documents, that her relationship has broken down. I'm concerned that knowing the child's stress and anxiety relating to returning to her mum and not seeing her brothers, as evidenced by someone from CAMS, as evidenced by core group minutes of meeting, Blank has deliberately stopped all contact and has approached the courts to take the child into care. This has caused and is causing more anxiety to the child, as evidenced by CAMS and evidenced by the child's letters and by the core group minutes. Shall I carry on?
Yeah, just finish it off.
Yeah. I'm concerned that Blank is using contact and the courts as a means to punish the child from leaving her care, and struggle to find any rational reason as to why she would force the child to live with her, given she has had no contact with her for over a year. The child, hold on a minute. Oh, the child is, do you want me to say age or?
No.
No. Okay. The last time they forced the child, it ended up in child protection and self-harming. The motives of the mother and the effects on the child is a cause for concern. I have listened to evidence on the mobile recordings made by the child whilst living at her mum's, where Blank is talking to different men, as evidenced by the recordings. These men have been contacted by the mum through online activity. The child was so concerned about her mum's mobile phone use with other men, as evidenced by her letters and evidenced by her text messages to the father. The child has evidence of recordings of her mother arranging to meet unknown men in different states, I'll say, and discussing with unknown men as to who will pick her up from the airport and possibly abduction situations, and wanting photos of men being sent to her. As evidenced by the child's text messages, this is extremely worrying for the child, as she may be forced to go. As evidenced in recordings, Mum is planning to meet up with different men who she met online through Facebook to go abroad on a false pretense of performing a pilgrimage. This is also very worrying, for the child, as evidenced by her text messages. The child has evidence recorded of her mother talking to various men arranging to get married. I have listened to the recordings, and I am concerned that grooming over the internet and arranged marriage or marriage fraud may be involved. I'm very concerned that the child is young, and as evidenced by the recordings, Mum has discussed her children with other men online, and it could be possible that this is the reason that the mum wants the child back, despite all the evidence, rational and reason for her not to want her back. That's it.
Okay, so I know there was a couple of comments in there. I'll answer everything for most of the people, but in general, what this was a document that was made by a professional that the social workers knew about it and they covered it up. Now, I know somebody mentioned about a complaint procedure. So this same document, before I get to the complaint procedure, now you see there was a lot of mention there that it was recorded. One of the bits that a lot of people don't really understand, which now is going to be coming out because I'm going to make it available. In some of these recordings, for example, where these crimes were taking place, it happened to be a social worker who was sat there allowing it to take place, and they covered it up because they couldn't care less. Stay 1 second. So, so people are clear with why. So this particular case now actually went into a complaint procedure. It went all the way to the ombudsman, and the parent, one of the parents who was obviously trying to help and support in the case, who put the complaint in to begin with, actually provided 5% of information to the ombudsman. Within that 5% of the information, it came out with exactly what I said, that the social workers were allowing the abuse to take place, but what they were doing, they were framing the other parent who lived 25 miles away that it was taking place in their home on the same day when it's happening in front of them. This is not just perjury, manufacturing documents, these are criminal acts. And how they did it, they just covered it up and told their own bunch of stories. That's why I say they're liars, criminals, and storytellers. Now, so this is just like the tip of the iceberg now. And just like this, I'll be breaking down a lot of people's cases, okay? For the ones that are not in the system, okay? If you're in the system, we can't bring it out into the public. We still could talk about it and deal with it, but there's going to be a lot more safeguarding in there. Okay, I just want people to understand that. But just in general now, in the comment side, anybody who's actually listened to them concerns, does anybody find any concerns on a child? Forget the parents now, forget the social workers. As a child, remember about safeguarding and child protection. Did anybody find any concerns in there? If you get in the comments, put a yes on if you did. But I just want to quickly go through briefly, just yes or no's for everybody who's actually in the boxes. Steve, can I just get you first? Did you find any concerns in what was just read in front of you just there? Yeah,
my friend, it beggars belief sometimes. What you hear, we're not experiencing that, thankfully. But it's not a good place to be, my friend, and especially not for children. They're supposed to be our future, aren't they? So we're not supposed to be giving them the best opportunities we can give them. And listen, I know this. If I upset anybody, I don't mean to. But when you look at, I think we were talking about it earlier on. These elite people, they're into that sort of shit. Regardless of what you might think, that it's like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Listen, they get off on that. And when you look at films like that are put in your face, like I know I watched it enough times. I had it in my caravan when I had my little ones. I used to have my little ones, my two boys over the weekend in my caravan. And we used to watch Monsters, Inc. It's a mad old film, that, isn't it? When you get to 51 years of age and you look at Monsters, Inc. and it's all about screaming kids and adrenochrome, and you don't think that exists. Listen, my friends, all this stuff exists.
Steve, thank you very much for that.
Sorry, I do apologise. I'm rubbing on.
No, sorry. I just want to go through everybody because there's so much and we want to keep it productive. I want to keep it going because everything is coming out. We're not going to be holding anything back on this live, that's for sure. If I could go to Freedom, can you just unmute yourself? Could you tell me if you found any concerns on a well-being of a child now with what you just heard there? Just so I've got unanimous decisions, okay?
Rangi, hi. Yeah, I was kind of paying attention halfly, really sorry. I wasn't all present while you were talking that through. So my best not for me to give any bigger feedback on that. Yeah.
Right, well, I'll let you go back to cuckoo land. But it's all right, just mute yourself, not a problem. Josh Stick, can I get you next, please, my lovely? Jossie Stick. And if she's not answering, she might have dropped off. So let me just take her off. Big Shah, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, Randy, I can hear you, mate.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, did you find any concerns with what that was just read out just then?
Everything that he says was absolutely right. So, yeah, I mean, I'm with him.
Hang on, with what? I mean, we're talking about what was read out. Do you find any concerns?
Evening, Rangi. How you doing?
How you doing, Escape? Just a second. Did you find any concerns of yourself of listening what a professional who would actually looked at some evidence, some information, and actually reported?
I've got no comment, mate, to make.
Right, you weren't listening either.
I wasn't listening either, yeah.
Right, that's all right. Just actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop you off because there's a few. I just want to keep rotating as well, Big Shaw. I'll just get you back on.
I think the main thing is, sorry, Rangi, that the social worker is actually reporting concerns that are very concerning, regardless of whether people have listened or not. They are concerning because it's a child expressing that she's basically at risk, and she's been brave enough to let this social worker know. This social worker is one of the good ones because she has reported it to the people that she's supposed to, and they have covered it up. That's the point Rangi's trying to make.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree with that. Sorry, I'm not misled on that, but yeah. I didn't get misled.
You know, a lot of people always say that, you know, they're good social workers and, you know, they overpaid, not enough funding and all that. No, this is nothing to do with funding. This is about fact findings, not crap findings. It's been brought to their attention. They've acknowledged it. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. So, for example, now you know what we're talking about when I'm talking about liars, criminal storytellers. And this is the kind of stuff that is withheld. And what is being provided is something that I'll probably talk about on Saturday, and I'll be providing you that evidence. And that's how then eventually they take your children. So all the concerns they ignore, they make up their own storytelling business, and then they come and get your kids. And then they start passing them around. This is what we talk about that leads to child trafficking, okay? So don't think that it's not happening. It's happening, but now we're going to be giving you the evidence, okay?
Can I also say, sorry, just lastly, and I'll come down, that they tried to do the same. They tried to make up a load of lies about my child, and I managed to get myself out of it, get my child out of it. I then reported it to the council. I reported it to the people I was supposed to above, and I have a letter saying we are not going to investigate your 69 complaints. So they're just not interested. That's not what they're there for. They're not there to help. They're there to harm us. They're there to steal our children.
Can I
Absolutely.
Can I come in?
Absolutely. 1 second, John. Yeah, absolutely. Always. If you just drop off for a second, because I know I'll just get rotated. I'll come back to you. Yeah, John, did you find any concerns with what I've mentioned only because you just got in on that time?
I found it very concerning because the way that the social worker handling the whole report. The whole report there clearly identifies that there's divide and conquer, and the conquering is by the social work because they want to remove the child from the parent, and their main aim is to cause emotional harm and physical harm in some cases. But this is a common practice all over the board, and people don't realise what's really going on. It would be good for people to wake up and see what's going on, because there's certain cases around about that have the same traits to this lady's case and her children. So all in all, the social worker acting in a Machiavellian process, which is a narcissist process, just to remove the children and to make the child feel that they don't want to see the parent, when in actual fact the coercion and manipulation is the main problem. And in most cases it's the social work that's instructing maybe foster carers or other parents to get the child to go against another parent. So this gives them leeway to remove the child from the parent and put them into their financial gains pot, if you want to call it that. So it's all about money, money, money. And for social work to meet their statistics for what's been ordered by the government. So that's really it. So.
No, well, I just want to add on, when you're in this situation for this particular family, so, when they seen this, for example, and they knew about it, and they would say to the social worker, they say, listen, why aren't you doing your job? Okay, here's the evidence because you ignored it. And then you'll find it, I'm sure you've seen in the comments in there, that they'll get more aggressive with you. Because you're telling them.
In all honesty, it's not about the child. The child's only a number. That's all a child is.
Well, that's the thing, you see. So this is, now we're talking about safeguarding and child protection. What do they mean about safeguarding and child protection? Do they even know what the words mean? Mm-hmm. This is and this that we're talking about on this specific case was taking place for 5 to 6 years. Weeks became months, became years. 6 years. And they didn't want to do anything about it. But what they did do, every time they were allowing it to happen, they would just change a social worker, change a social. And in this particular case, they went through 13 social workers, 14 managers, and 5 directors. Everybody would run and flee. They would allow it to happen and just completely ignore it. And remember, neglecting a child is a criminal act. So are they not supposed to be held accountable for it?
I think it's child abuse all around. It's war crimes against the children and families. That's my personal opinion. And I have spoken to other solicitors, and they're of the same opinion, that basically that what's really going on is just war crimes against the children. It's a genocide. That's exactly what it is. It's a genocide.
No, absolutely. So now just I'm going to finish that side of it now, only to say that anybody who wants to see the document now, fact findings, instead of us talking about it, either contact the lady who just read it out or send me a message and we'll arrange it and you can see the document yourself. Okay, and if you want to know which town it's been happening, what was going on around the circumstances, I'll even provide you that information, because this is exposing, not going through complaint. This is a system where they abuse our children at our homes, and we got to go through a complaint procedure. And I want you to also take this in consideration. So you see, when they say, people say that it's the judge that makes the decision. These live concerns that have just been read out, that the judges never ever seen in their life, that was withheld from the courts and other professionals, and now the judges are framed for these crimes taking place by the social services. They blamed the judges for it. Now, is this how you run an operation? Oh, it's not me. It's the judge now. It's not me. It's the police now. What is this? So if you are thinking, oh no, it's not right. Well, you make your decision who you want to blame. All I know is for every single case that's coming across my path, I'll be exposing every single one of them. If they got something to argue about, I'm actually designing right now on the LCS News a complaint procedure. So any professional who's got an issue with what I'm doing, go through a complaint procedure. You do the same thing.
I think it's about time now that the police have got to stand up as well. The police are there doing a service. Okay, it's two-tier policing as well, but at the same time, I think they've got to put the children first.
Yeah, but this is the thing, John. This is exactly what Gary we were talking about earlier on. I mean, the problem is the whole system is in a mess. Now, the live concerns that I've just read out here, because the reason why I wanted to bring this out now from the bottom, because Gary's also talking about what's going on at the top, because there's links between the bottom onto the top all the way through.
Correct.
Okay, and the police aren't doing nothing about it because the mentality of the sickness of our government is this. Oh, well, that happened yesterday. It was historical. So they allow it to happen again tomorrow. And then the day after they say, oh, but it was historical. What kind of nonsense is this? This is ridiculous. This is gibberish. Not even English. This is gibberish. But John, just give me a second. Let me just, because I want to get back to Gary, and just want to make it clear again, this information will be made available. On Saturday, I'll be speaking up about something different, but on a similar case where I will be showing you what makes them liars, criminals, and storytellers as well. I mean, this is just like one level of it, because all this is to do with simple cases. So you see what we're talking about. So it's not something that we're just talking about. We're going to give you the evidence for it.
Can I ask, are you able to post these things by redacting the names and things like that? Like, can you
I'm going to be posting this.
Yeah, okay. Like on.
And believe it or not, this same document is already on public media.
Yeah.
That has been on public media since 2020. It's just people are too scared to watch what was happening or the context and the stage of events that took place that led to this specific time. But if you want to know where it is, where the video is, I could tell you that. And on top of that, I'll actually be giving you just drip feeding you, because it's easier for me to drip feed you than going through the full thing, because I mean, a lot of people are not with it, because you got to understand a lot of people are already going through trauma themselves. They maybe not want to see a full version of the events. And on that particular video, some of these recordings, it's actually in front of you what takes place and how a social worker treats your children behind the scenes, behind closed doors. And then what they report, that's another jumble sale. That's how we now have evidence of them committing perjury on our kids deliberately. Okay, it's scary, but this is happening. They're committing treason and everything else, but this is just the beginning of it. Okay, because everything that I've been talking about on my billboard, which is not there, when I freeze, I'll put it back on. I'll go through that. But let me just escape the matrix in for a moment. Escape the matrix, young lad. Can you unmute yourself?
Evening, Rangi. How you doing?
I'm okay, young man. I don't know how long you've been in tonight. Did you?
Yeah, I've been listening in for a short while. Evening, Gary. How you doing, brother?
Good, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Yeah, I've been listening in for a little bit. Is there anything you would sort of want to talk about or touch point on at all?
Only with what I was talking about, but if you didn't get it, because obviously you might join late, I was reading out some concerns. Basically, it's like what Gary was doing. We're just trying to make everything available now, okay, to anybody.
Yeah. So is it in relation to what you were saying earlier? I mean, is basically your concerns about everything?
I actually read out, or actually one of the team members just read out a particular case where we're talking about withholding information from the courts and other professionals, and they bury the information that nobody should see it. Well, now you're not only going to see it, you know why they don't want you to see it. Okay,
absolutely.
And just within that concern, there's a lot that's going to come out. But say again, John.
I'm saying they hide the truth and they tell the lies.
They're storytellers. These people should go and work for Hollywood and Bollywood. Get away from our children, you sickos. But John Sangfire, let me, Matey, just 1 second, my brother. Gary, can I just get you into with specifically with what I've just gone through, with what I've just showed, for example, or actually spoke about, the people can ask for this document now, and I'll make it available. Is there anything you wanted to add onto this so I can move forward with everything else, Gary?
Yeah, well, I mean, really, it emphasises the systematic problem. All of these people, we need to remember they're part of the system, and they're trying to protect the system as well as themselves. You know, we need to remember this, because the systematic system right at the top, overseen by the Crown and obviously those in the background that we don't hear about so much, they're trying to protect the whole system. And because the whole system is criminal and targeting children, it's very clear that there's a huge emphasis on targeting the children. All of them are going to try and protect that system because they're so heavily implicated in it. So what we're seeing is all of them, including in your document, it's them trying to hide their information so that they can't be found accountable and liable for anything that comes out. You know, all of this is about hiding and removing accountability and liability so they then can't come back and be blamed and named and shamed and sued and prosecuted, etc. And this is what I'm finding with everything, you know, whether it be misinformation, disinformation, hiding information within court papers, forging court papers or forging incorporation documents for company on Companies House. It's all the opposite of transparency, isn't it? That's what it is. It's the opposite of transparency and truth. It's deceit, hidden lies, deception, which of course creates victims. Okay, if we're always lying all of the time, there's going to be victims. Who's going to know who to trust if none of us are ever truthful, especially those that we turn to for help within the system that are supposedly there to help us. They're liars, so the trust is gone. You have to have that transparency and truth for that foundation of trust to lift everybody, you know, and they're just destroying it at every turn. Another good example of what they're doing, and I mean, you've mentioned the changing of people dealing with it. That's a classic method. So they'll have multiple different social workers, then someone will resign and they're no longer working for that department or organisation. The other thing that's happening that I'm hearing a lot of stories of, and I've experienced it as well, is where multiple reference numbers are created. So someone will make a report, they'll get a reference number, they'll make another report, and there's another reference number. There's no reference number tying their multiple reports together. So that's another way of them avoiding accountability and liability. And a classic thing that's happening, and this is all deliberate. This is all deliberate, including you have duplication of records. And there's a classic thing within Companies House. What they're doing is, even though you've got somebody with the same name, same date of birth, they create duplicate records for those individuals. So you might search their name and they've only got one company listed under them. If you look into another duplicate record for exactly the same person, there's 150 companies. You know, this is all part of their deceit. They've come so far from the truth. They probably have no idea to actually get out of this now, because they're so deep into this systematic, criminal, morally degraded system. It's just terrible.
Well, there's a lot more coming. I mean, there's even in the comments, people are saying copied and pasting, and he just mentioned about the numbers don't match up. All this is going to come to an end now, because everything I'm talking about, for example, them concerns they are talking about, the authorities knew about them 10 years ago, and they deliberately have not paid any attention because they don't care, because they think they're above the law, and they have got it in their deluded mind that everybody should just stay quiet because of what they said. Nobody cares about them. I don't care about them. And don't forget, who am I talking about? The liars, criminal storytellers. So I don't want to hear somebody say, oh, you don't care about social services. Look, I've got to protect the right ones that are good ones. What do you want me to do? We're talking about on this live all the bad ones. This is about the corruption. Okay, so we're transparent with these things, and we're not vicious with that.
Sorry, I'm just interrupting. Can I just say, so do you know where all this corruption begins? Do Do you know why social services can come into your house and take your children away? And don't get me wrong, if you're not looking after your children or you're not fit to be a parent, then don't have children. But there's certain cases where people have children. Do you know why social can come into your house and take them away?
Go on, tell us.
Birth certificate?
Because you don't own them, my friend.
Yeah.
You've signed them off at birth. They don't tell you that.
I wanted to come in at this point.
But you
Overcome. I'm just going to come to you now. But Steve, look, I had this discussion with.
If I'm
I
babbling on, I do
wanted to
apologise.
add a few bits
I'll
on the
start
back end
again.
of this as well.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll come back to it. But I just want to point out one thing. There's a lot of truth in what is about to be said next. But I want to point out something very simple because I want to stick on layman languages, not the high tech. So when you've got this birth certificate, it's going to come out that that's what they're going to be talking about, that the state owns them, okay, but we don't know about it. Well, hang on, I want to make it clear. As a layman man, them kids are mine, not the authorities. Do you know why? By making me sign something fraudulently, right, discreetly,
100%.
right, is not worth a penny. It doesn't mean anything.
100%.
That's in their deluded minds. I've told you before, they've been watching too many sci-fi films, too many Hollywood movies, and they got little fictional little tick, 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 tick. It's not working right. So if the authorities are listening or the government, get a grip of yourself. You don't own my kids. Leave our kids alone. But on top of that, I think more concerns for you is we're coming for you now, or I'm specifically going to be coming for every person who's is involved in this child abuse scandal. And that doesn't mean I'm attacking you. I'm challenging you. And 100%. I will be exposing every single one of you. You want to blame the judges? Go ahead, man. Then if you want to blame the judges, I'll blame the judges. But let me just get quickly, because I have had over Connie, is it? He was in the box. I haven't got to him yet. Over Connie, can you mute yourself, please? Overcome yourself. Sorry. My fault. My bad. No, you had it muted, so I could only see a little bit of the name. Yeah, did you want to put a comment or a question in what we were discussing there? Overcome yourself. You've unmuted yourself. Did you want to ask a question or a comment?
First, I was going to say the system is designed to.
Put your phone near the mic, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit more if you can.
Is that clearer?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. So firstly, the system is designed to break up families in this country, especially when it comes to the husband and wife. The kids are busy at school, being indoctrinated by the teachers in a corrupt system that obviously when you're looking at the educational side of it, while the mum and dad pay tax, they work hard to pay taxes. What's happening from the birth certificate point of view? Well, the kid registered as a business from birth. Yeah, but then also they're linking your financial situation, and from A to Z, they can see everything from how you're earning to how you're spending and what your circumstances are, which class you belong in. And this is where they see the opportunity and the vulnerability to basically come in and think, you know what, this is what we can do. Let's target from this point. And there's different angles. There's many different angles. You know how the corrupt system works anyway. A lot of you guys will be aware of certain things, like, you know, the after-school clubs and things like that. Well, you're leaving your kids there after school. On one hand, it's showing them that you're not really interested in spending time with your kids. On the other hand, they're saying, oh no, it will be good for the kids because they're spending more time with their work, with their activities and things like that, and so on.
For you.
Yep. So if you,
my friends, this man's talking some proper sense.
So if you look at the elements of how we actually give our children to society in a way, it's almost like the stroking and the petting on the top of the head, but underneath, really, what they're doing is they're putting more coal for the fire, for the feet to burn even more. Does that make sense?
Have you ever looked at what we are? You say, I'm a parent.
Yeah.
And I should imagine there's lots of people who here are.
Yeah.
We're a pair who rent. These words aren't put there by the chance.
Exactly.
We're a pair who rent our children.
We rent our children.
Won't retire us if we don't look after them. Same as if you don't look after your car. It's a privilege. They take it away because you registered, you applied for it. When you apply for something, that's a privilege. They can take that away. And sorry.
Overcome. I'm glad that what you said there. I think it's very important. But I think Escape the Matrix wanted to add on into that specific topic as well.
No, go ahead.
Escape the Matrix. If you could just add on as well, John. I'm just going to drop you. And I'll bring you back on because I've got a few people. I just want to keep changing it because I know you're still here. Okay, John? Escape the Matrix?
Yeah, the other chap's just hit the nail on the head. I mean, it's just about the words and the terms and the meanings, different things, and the way that these words are used in courts as well. I mean, people think they have to go to court, but, you know, corporations go to court. You know, living men and women aren't supposed to go to court, but people are taking responsibility for these names that are registered at birth. And yeah, like the gentleman was saying, yeah, you're a man and woman. You're the pair that rent your child to the government because you registered it. You've given away ownership of that. Same as when you register your car, you're just a registered keeper. You're not the owner. You know.
May I just add? Listen, I know people think it's mad, and it's so refreshing talking to people that are willing to hear me out for 2 seconds, and then I'm going to mute myself for the rest of the evening and just listen to you lot. But seriously, look into how your name's spelt, because you have a corporate fiction which is known as your straw man. That's everything you do in the commercial world, or the law of the sea, which is Admiralty law. So when these words are put, like when you come down, your mother's waters break, you come down your mother's birth canal, and your birth, well, we call it B-I-R-T-H. They call it B-E-R-T-H, like a ship, because we're known as a vessel. And that's all it is, which is another product of them.
A maritime admiralty product.
100%, my friend. So that's why, why are we under admiralty law of the sea when we live on the land?
Absolutely.
Up until 1995, the police swore an oath to common law, which was law of the land. And then they changed that. So now they're not there to serve the people. They're there to serve their shareholders. But yeah, seriously, just look into your name. It's like, sorry, I am really going to shut up in a second.
But this is obviously what ties in.
Look at your name on your bank card. It's all spelled in capital letters.
Capital letters.
That's Latin for capitis diminutia maxima. It means you're dead. Go and have a look at all the tombstones around the graveyards. They're all spelled in capital letters.
Can I say something?
I'll leave it there.
Sorry,
yeah, just 1 second, Freedom. What I'm going to do is because I want to do topic by topic because we were just talking about that. Gary, did you want to add on to that particular topic we were just talking about there?
Yeah, I mean, on that, I've heard a lot of stuff in relation to the birth certificates, and really, I mean, we need to look at this as if you have a civil contract, okay, there has to be full disclosure for that. Oh, the live is paused. Can everyone else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So obviously, in a civil contract, you have to have full disclosure to make that a lawful, legal, enforceable contract. So if people are signing a birth certificate and they're not saying, oh, by the way, if you sign this, we can come along and we feel we have a legal right to steal your child at a later date. They're not saying that. No one's agreeing to that. And therefore, it's not lawful anyway. The actual theft offence, you're actually looking at criminal offences, aren't you? Because the theft offence, the definition is to dishonestly appropriate property belonging to another with the intention of permanently depriving that person of it. So obviously you've got dishonesty, haven't you? That includes the omission of information that somebody would be required to know for you to accept giving them that property or something. So you've actually got a criminal offence if there's non-disclosure and therefore an omission of information, therefore dishonesty. It's dishonestly appropriating property. It's a crime. Whichever way you look at it, it's deception and criminal. And therefore, none of it is lawful in any way, shape or form. None of it is legal. The whole thing we're living under is a complete criminal system. That's a fact.
This is the thing. When you say about legal and lawful, there's two very distinct different definitions there. So when you talk about lawful, so law is you don't cause anybody any loss, harm, injury, or you don't defraud them. That's just like the normal. That's how I live my life. I don't try and cause anybody loss, harm, and injury. Although I am in a case at the moment at Crown Court because some plonker came towards me when I was with my child, and it was self-defence. But yeah, that's another matter. But all I'm saying is, oh, sorry, I'll stop.
No, that's fine.
I do apologise, my friend. Sorry.
No, that's all right, Steve. Look, anybody, if you unmute yourself, I know I'm going to come to you, and then I'll give everybody the opportunity, because this is the whole point of what we do, okay? Everybody's words count, everybody has an input, and we could obviously talk about these real issues and problems that we're going through today. I'm going to go back to Freedom there. Freedom, you did have a question there. I know you had one earlier as well.
Yeah,
Feel
no,
free to do
I'll see what I can think of. But regarding the topic now, talking about birth certificates and all this kind of stuff, Gary, just had a question for like how much, I mean, either the system is working by everybody knowing about the birth certificate and all this kind of stuff, or it's working because only maybe certain people might know about it, if it's relevant. Maybe it doesn't really matter if it's relevant or not almost. But in regards to them following contract law, criminal law, civil law, whatever, takes place, the police are getting involved, other hierarchies are getting involved. So is it happening out of ignorance? They're taking kids away, for example, or is it happening because of them knowing about the monetary side of it or something like that? I don't know in that sense, if you know what I mean. So is it, you were a policeman, so I don't know how your knowledge was at that time.
Contracts require 2 signatures for contract.
No, I get that. But I'm saying, for the police to come and take the kids away, for example, then the police must be if they're looking at the criminal, like you said, the common law is the criminal justice system, let's say, it's like no injury, no harm, no loss, that type of stuff, right? And the civil law is, obviously between two parties with a contract and all that kind of stuff, right?
Addressed to your strawman. Acts and statutes.
Yeah, but regardless of the strawman and that,
by consent.
Yes, Steve, let him finish, because if you get the full sentence out,
regardless of the contract and things like that, I'm saying, does the Bobby on the beat, is he thinking contract when he goes and takes somebody's kids? That's what I'm saying. No, he's not, probably, right? It's out of ignorance, probably, right? Because he's doing the right thing according to himself, because the system has reported the kids being injured or something like that by the parents or something.
Okay, let Gary answer that then.
Most police officers will not know anything that we're talking about. Okay, they're not taught it in their training. I didn't know this. I was in the police. I left in 2018. Everything I'm talking about, I had no idea. Literally, I would just go to a job. If I saw a child and I had concern for that child, normally we'd fill out a form. It didn't require taking the child there and then, and we'd fill out a form and it'd go to other departments. Okay, because it's a centralized controlled system. And then there's a ranking system. So if there's anything that would highlight an issue, then it would be go up the ranks. So no, I don't believe police officers, most of them certainly, won't be going to a job thinking, oh, we need to steal this child. They'll be genuinely trying to do their best. But they're the officers on the ground. It's a systematic problem. You had Tony Blair come in, and Rangi and I have mentioned this a couple of times, in 2006, and he brought in a policy that said that government organisations should be able to intervene in families before the children are even born, looking at what they were claiming to be triggers of all the child might grow up to be a problem, to eventually then potentially lead to the ability to remove them. Now, I think that was a very sinister plan, and I think Tony Blair is he's definitely massively implicated in the fraud. I've got the evidence, and I think that's because of the head Freemason element of this, where you've got, it appears, adrenochrome, child trafficking, child torture, abuse, international child trafficking for the slave trade. It's at the top, mainly where these issues are. You will, of course, have police constables and police and community support officers that will be part of this sinister system and stuff, and they possibly will be thinking along the lines of, oh, can we make something up that we can steal these children and get them into the adrenochrome network? Because this also links into the international drug trafficking trade. Okay, I'm finding evidence of that. And that goes hand in hand with the adrenochrome, because the blood will be marketed through the illegal drugs market process, being laundered through this system. The money will be transferred through these illegal entity companies. I'm finding them linked to adrenochrome and linked to what appears to be drug trafficking. And unfortunately, just quickly, sorry.
I'd just like to say at this point, if the CIA and MI5 are listening, I do not know this geezer. But I do totally 1,000%. I am with you, my friend. I am with you 1,000%.
Yeah, I mean, it's all true. I wouldn't be saying any of this without the evidence. I've got the evidence there. You know,
mate, you're an ex-policeman. You know what's very interesting? An ex-policeman, and you don't normally hear that.
Come bring it.
Right, just a second. Right, Gary, if you're finished, let me just get a question at the bottom here for Always Mind, and then I'm going to go to ED, young man there. Always Mind, did you get in the box to ask a question, or did you want an input? Okay, she'll wait for a second. Can you unmute yourself, young man? EDFR. Oh, hang on. There it is. ED Freedom 2.
Okay, so right. So it's Ed. How you doing, man? Good live.
I'm good. Thank you very much. Did you have a question or a comment?
It's Ed Freedom, and it's 2 because this is my second account. My last one was took down.
Right.
Loving all the stuff that you got going on in this live. My main reason for wanting to join is and Gary, yeah, you're well on top, and I've followed your work, and fair play for everything you're doing. Absolutely 100%.
Thank you.
What I want people to do, what I'm trying to encourage people to do right now, is to go and watch something called Khazarian Mafia, the God Eaters, which will describe quite clearly and concisely who and why has been controlling this earth since 100 AD. In looking at it in a pyramid type, like so you Gary, you talk about the Illuminati, you know how that runs and how that works, and the levels of the Illuminati. I've been awake since 2006, and I've been researching a lot of shit. The stuff that I saw last week, I'd seen 15 years ago, and it had gone over my head, and most of it I was like, nah, don't be so fucking stupid. I saw it put into a timeline last week that really I can't see as being disputed. It would take an open mind to be able to watch it. It's 4 hours in 2 parts. It's a guy sitting there explaining a timeline about what is going on way back through into the Nephilim. It goes into some depths, but it explains.
Well, if you give the title of the film and how people could get to it, at least people take a note of it, and obviously they can watch it, because I've heard about this Khazarian side of it, and one of the bits that came out not long ago actually was it's already out what took place in Australia. I've actually got a video on my TikTok to do with that. Actually, came out in the courts.
In Australia, what happened in Australia?
Yeah, it's on my TikTok. Where just have a look at it. Where about controlling what they were doing, and also they were trying to say the law is outdated, and siblings and parents should be able to sleep with one another. You see, this is the kind of sickness of these people, or indoctrinating or controlling the nation to do what they want. And this is exactly what's coming to the UK. It's coming here now.
The lady in Australia who went up, she used to be not a prime minister, she used to be something to do with the Australian ministers. And she went up when King Charles was there and started shouting up about, can you give us our land back that you stole to King Charles? And she said, they said, well, why would you do that? And she said, listen, I've sent him letters when I was in Parliament and I had a position in Parliament. I sent him letters and he ignored them. So how else am I supposed to get the attention of my
to be
king?
fair, she's a white woman in Australia speaking to Prince Dickhead Charles about stealing land. Prince Charles, King Charles, and our monarchy, our ridiculous paedophilic monarchy, didn't steal land off of white people. We stole land off of the Aborigines. I didn't understand why there was a white woman standing there saying that he's stolen land off of them, because we stole land of the Aborigines, not white people. I'm white myself. We didn't steal land off of white people in Australia, did we?
No,
right.
And I think whether she was making a point to say, they said, I'm from Australia, and
yeah, but it didn't make sense. Australia's a Commonwealth country. Australia's a Commonwealth country that we took over. We took it over, and then all of the prisoners, because we didn't have space then, we put all our prisoners over to Australia. And at that time, we the whites went and took over Australia and kicked out all the Aborigines, like we did in Canada, like we did in America, like we did in South Africa, right?
We really didn't, fella.
Right, guys, it's my fault. Took it to Australia. Let's bring it back to home. We know it's a global issue, okay? And I'm glad that we're actually talking about this. And one of the bits you mentioned that you learned about this a long time ago. You know, with me, this came across to me in 2010. But by 2014, I would love to have started speaking up, but actually had my children were used against me to blackmail me to stay silent. So I had to wait a horrible time till 2020 when I was out of the entrapment. Okay, and now there's no way going back. They need to get the grip of themselves, and we're going to move forward from that. But just let me just go back to Always Man, because I missed earlier on. Always Man, do you have something to add on to anything when?
Oh yeah, I was going to say when they tried to steal my king, my son, they made up those 69 things that I was complaining about were actually 69 lies that they had made up to try and get a protection order against me. I had evidence against all the 69 lies. So that's what I was asking the people above. I was saying, look, I've got evidence that they made up those 69 lies. I've got the evidence. And that's what they said they didn't want to look into. Now, when I realised that what they were trying to do, because I'd only asked them for help. It was no case of abuse or anything like that. I reached out to them and asked them for help. And this is what they ended up doing. But the only thing that changed that, the only thing that made it stop, the only thing that basically my kid is home, there's no problems, they don't come at me in any way. The only thing I did was stand firm and say no. I just said, no, you're not visiting my son at the school. No, you're not coming to my house. No, no, no. And they left me alone. They tried to bully me. This went on for a couple of years. They tried to bully me. They tried to make me think it was my mental health. They tried. But the only difference between my son being safe with me at my home and not being like medicated, jabbed up, possibly being stolen and all that. The only thing I did was say no, because really they haven't got the power. Even with the birth certificate, she even tried to say, well, you signed paperwork for us to help. And I said, yeah, but because you are harming my child, that's null and void. None of that stuff means anything if you are harming my child. And this was the police, the social services, a respite company, all coordinating to make this up. So it weren't just one, it weren't just the other. It was all of these systems coordinating together to make stuff up. Now, that is obviously, there's loads of people here. We've all got our stories. We've all got our stories, whether it be Justice School, whether it be Justice Social Services. The point is, they all are trying to come for our kids. And what I want to stress to everyone is, unless you are harming your child, unless you are guilty of something, if you really aren't doing anything, all you got to do is say no. It doesn't matter about birth certificate, what they've tried to do. It really doesn't matter. And I'm evidence of it. It's the only difference.
No, yeah, 100%. I agree, and I think a lot of people agree. Now, this adds on to exactly what Gary was saying. We're literally at that moment in time in the United Kingdom where that trust has been broken to such an extent.
Lady just on then, she speaks so much sense. Babe, sorry, excuse me calling you babe, but
yeah, and you need to start unmuting yourself, and I'll come to you.
Oh, I do apologise, sorry.
No, because I was just going to make it very clear that, you know, because we're looking at solutions, and they'll need people who are listening why we need to talk, why we need to deal with it, why they need to be exposed, because the trust has been broken. We've been deceived deliberately. They've been committing fraud, treason, and the list just goes on. You can actually get a dictionary made out of how many liars, criminal storytelling business they've got going on. And now, because they don't want to deal with it all, really, in my eyes, and I think I'll get Gary to elaborate maybe from his perspective on this, is they're actually backed up in a corner right now. Okay, they know the jig is up. They know the scandal is up. They know that the public is awakening, and there's a massive awakening, which I can identify that. And we're not talking about tens and 20,000 people. We're talking about millions of people, okay, in UK alone. And yet there'll be probably billions of people throughout the world that are actually waking up to this. The problem is they don't know what to do, because we need the right people in the leadership positions so they could follow. And this is one of the reasons why, if there's nobody there, we got to do something. We got to stand up for them. This is why I respect every single person who's actually speaking up about it. Gary, just on that point about the trust has been broken. We've been deceived for such a long time is the reason why I believe that there has to be a change, or we're going to go somewhere else with it. Gary?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's irreparable, really, isn't it? With the same people to remain in power with this amount of evil, shall we say? You know, obviously we've got broken trust, but we're talking about, you know, awful suffering of children here. We're never going to trust these people again. Oh, well, I certainly won't, put it that way. So they're going to have to go somehow, you know, or we're going to end up in a very difficult situation. But you know, I just want to emphasize again, don't forget, I was in the police for 18 years, and I am saying 100%, with 100% certainty, we have been living under a criminal, in their own, this is with their own legislation they've created, okay? The governments, under their own legislation, they have been breaking their own laws, victimizing all of us, but in particularly our children, the most innocent of all. Okay, let's get that straight here. And adrenochrome, someone mentioned it on the comment earlier, it's a huge motive in what we're seeing. Adrenochrome, it's one of the, well, I think it is the most lucrative substance on the planet. Okay, it is incredibly addictive. It's the blood taken from tortured children, for those of you who don't know. And when the children are tortured, I'm sorry to talk about this, but we need to get to the realization of what's going on here. When the children are terrorized, the adrenal gland drains into their blood. Okay, and these people, well, certainly some of them, are involved in consuming that blood. Okay, and more often than not, the children are then murdered afterwards. Okay, you've only got to look at the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry. You're not aware
Go
of
and have a look. Go and have a look at Monsters Inc.
Yeah, exactly.
We've all watched Monsters Inc. It's in your face. They can't do it unless they show you.
Absolutely.
And that's what they do in Monsters Inc. It's adrenochrome. They scare the child. They show you what they have to do to get that canister full up. And yeah,
Absolutely.
This stuff goes on, my friends. It's unfortunate, but it does. And I don't know how we're going to stamp it out. But yeah, it's horrendous.
Well, I know how we can stamp it out. That's what I've got a strategy. We just need the masses to basically go with it. I honestly believe it will resolve everything if these people don't do something very sinister against us all before then. But if anyone hasn't seen the interviews with the two children of the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry, I suggest you go and look at them.
100%.
You will hear the accounts, for those of you who haven't heard of it, of two children being interviewed claiming they were abused sexually in a school and a church, but also made to take part in the murder of babies in the most horrific way and the drinking of those children's blood. I've researched that case. And Ricky...
and their father
bear with me.
was the one.
Bear with me.
Let him finish, please, Steve.
Sorry, Steve, just 2 secs, and then you can come in.
Sorry, I apologise.
I've conducted the research on this case via Ricky Dearman and the Company's House records link into everything I'm exposing, including going back to the company I was part of where I acquired the forged bank documents, which links to the intelligence agencies, the police, the NHS, the Ukraine, etc. It goes back into it again from that case. Sorry, Steve, carry on.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I want a question from Steve and Freedom because what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop yours only because there's a bit of a queue building up. And then once I've done, then if you've got more questions, just come back up. I'll go with Freedom first.
Okay. Yes, Gary, just a couple of things. First of all, let me just introduce myself. My name is Yogi. So Yogi left there. Hi there. So I know Rangi, we met Rangi and, we've had a good chat before and stuff. So I've got an app called Freedom Tribe, and my app, I've created it for a purpose. It's a social network meets activism app, and it's there to help build leverage, let's say, so if there's 1 million people on the app, for example, you could communicate with all those 1 million people to withhold tax, or to fill a petition on a Sunday morning, or something like that, basically. So it can be very effective and efficient if there's enough people on it. I've got about 2,000 people on it at the moment, but, I just thought I'd share that with you, first of all. And the other thing I just wanted to ask was, do you have ex-policemen, ex-police officers, all these sort of higher, ranking, I guess, people who also believe in, rule of law and all that kind of stuff, who have seen what's going on, and are they kind of I guess have you got to back up that way, I guess, in that sense, of people that can help to, I don't know, not take over, but let's say replace parts of the system in that way. Who's willing to step up? I guess that's the question I think I have to ask ourselves, as somebody mentioned earlier.
So the question is about the law enforcement, the ex-law enforcement, just like Gary, if there's anybody that's going to come forward and to replace. So part of that replacement...
who are on the same page, basically. Yeah,
100%. Now, part of the replacement will have to be the public, because we need the public involved now. Okay. The other side of it, I'm going to let Gary answer himself, because I do know military personnel right now that over the last 2 years I've been working with. And right now I know a number of awakened military personnel who have actually left the United Kingdom to continue doing their work because it was affecting them in the UK. So I'm just going to leave that question open to Gary, to what Freedom just mentioned, asked there about the help and support.
I see the justice system and the police, if the police are not on our side, it's very difficult, to get justice. Let's say, as I said, the absence of justice is by definition tyranny.
Yeah, on your 2 points. Firstly, I'd be very interested in discussing that app, so we can, the app that you've got, because I think sharing this information is very difficult for me. I'm being silenced everywhere I go, obviously, because it is so controversial and it's irrefutable evidence. Okay, everyone, let me just make that clear. It is irrefutable, and like Rangi said, they are literally backed into a corner with this. There's nowhere for them to go with it. Okay, even if they silence me, the evidence is already held with so many other people around the world now. But obviously, it'd be great if I can keep going and continuing the exposure. In relation to your second question, it's very difficult because I actually think the Freemasons have far more members than I was hoping. Now, I was a very, very unusual police officer. I was one of these guys that was running around. In fact, my nickname was the Duracell Bunny. Because I was literally wanting to go out. Every time a call was coming in, I was trying to go out and do my work and help people, and I was always looking for work. I was extremely unusual, okay? So I think they looked at me and thought, he's not the right sort of person to have as a Freemason. So I was never even approached on that subject. I actually think many probably were part of the Freemasons now. Most of my colleagues have blocked me from all of my messaging, so I can't even send them the evidence anymore. Okay, and of course, even if they're not part of the Freemasons, these people would have murdered people over this. Okay, so you've got the worry of these individuals, of their families being targeted. Now, it's different for me. I haven't got children. I've managed to separate from my home address. I'm living in a van, traveling around the country. Okay, so there's an element of safety for me, and they know, because I'm a Christian, I'm not going to stop for anything. I say to them, you're going to have to murder me to stop me. That's what I say to these people. A lot of people won't say that. They'll be too worried about either themselves or their family. And I do think you've got the issue, of course, if someone's a Freemason, even if they didn't know about the worst element of this, a lot of them have made an oath. Okay, so they've agreed that if they disclose the secrets of their society that they're part of, they risk being murdered, and potentially their families as well. I've heard this from a lot of different people. So they've got this element of coverage and protection and the fear element that will stop people speaking out about it, even if they know about it. So in answer to your question, I don't think we can wait for police and military because there's too many people implicated in it. It's going to be down to the innocent that aren't part of that system.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right there. So one of the things this is for freedom in general, because I think it was Monday I got the message of you. Monday I had an answer for you, by the way. I had the tech on the other side with the app. I've actually had a lot, forget what I've got going on because that never seems to end anyway. But the app is absolutely amazing. I've had the tech being actually looking at it quite regularly. It's something that I'm looking to also get into that and actually implement it with LCS News. So this way everybody could access it. 100% I totally agree with that support, because at the end of the day, it's about collective now. Everybody needs to come together with that side.
Can I just say one thing again, please?
Yeah, go on, Gary.
Just because I just want to keep reiterating this, really. I really do think an international strike to compel some changes is going to be the way to go with this. So,
my friend, 100%. Don't go to work for a day. Affect the economy or do some. We have to do something that affects these people.
I think I would just add one thing to that, Gary. In my 15 reasons why the freedom movement has been failing, I kind of outline what one of the reasons is basically, we don't have the technology, or rather the social media or whatever, to be able to put a message out to everybody, in that sense. So you're always limited. So one of the things I highlight, there's a video on the freedomtribe.net website, which basically says, why is it we only get 76,000 signatures on the petition when they were rolling out the jab to the kids, for example, when we should have had 1 million, or 2 million. So it's just that, lack of reach of the message and all that kind of stuff. And that's one of the reasons why I created the app as well.
Brilliant.
Well, I think the app is good. I mean, I'll vouch for that 100%, but it has to be implemented now. We can't be waiting any longer because I've actually known about this app myself. I've actually been looking at it, working on it as well. Yeah, I've just had the links through of my tech, but Yogi, you're going to be speaking to him directly anyway, so we could put it on and get it active, and then everybody needs to have the access anyway, because at the end of the day, it's to do with everybody. And this will also help, obviously, with Gary and the campaign in general, because the more people come together and know what to do, the better. But with you mentioned about international, I have another 4 or 5 other countries at the moment that we're working with. So it'll be something that I want to really implement with a whole lot of them, really, because everybody's actually struggling in different countries. It's like Australia, Canada, America, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, you know what I mean, Poland. It's affecting everyone. And a lot of people don't know what to do, which way to do it. And some of them in the area, they have got campaigners, but it's always getting silenced for some strange reason. But, well, we know why they're getting silenced. Because, you know, there's a lot of intimidation, there's a lot of threats. And, you know, on your own, it doesn't matter how much you're going to say. People just get worried, especially when you got children in the firing line. But let me quickly get John in, because I know John had something to mention. John, unmute yourself, please.
I'm unmuted.
Hi, John.
Hi, sorry, hi. Yeah, I think the app's a fantastic idea, actually, because it'll reach so many people, because they can't stop the app. That's the good thing about the app. They can't stop it, and it will get the message across, because more and more people will get involved with the app. Because it's just a case of just clicking the app and you're finding out all the information and where rallies are taking place or where demonstrations are taking place. So I think it's a brilliant idea. And
no, it is.
It'll identify a lot of the information, even what Gary's saying there as well about the adrenochrome and
also, just to say, I've got a common law section as well on it, but yeah, check it out anyway on the website. Everything's there.
The child trafficking by the state, the child alienation, the conquering divide, the lies, the frauds that's actually taking place. Because think about it this way: if they weren't getting money from the taxpayer, do you think for 1 minute that they would be doing the job? I don't think so, unless they were total narcissistic, evil, satanic animals. So I think it's a very good thing. Well done. That's all I can say.
Right, if I could just, I know I've got a new person in, not saying, if you could just unmute yourself, please. And I'll mute you, John, because there is some echoes coming in.
Hello?
Hello? Good day, yeah. Did you have a question or a comment?
I just want to tell you a very quick story.
Is it related to our topic?
Yeah, on the topic that you're on, I'm very interested in the topic, yeah?
Okay.
Social services got a grip of me when I was a kid, yeah? And this is genuinely 100% true on what we're up against, okay? I was handed from one place to another place until eventually I was put at 12 years of age into a remand centre in Derby, which was actually illegal to do under the age of 14. I was put into an environment where there was girls in there that had been done for all kinds of stuff I didn't even know about. I was an innocent kid. They told me that the doctor was coming to see me. This is a Home Office doctor. I didn't know what was going on then, but I've done 8 years of research and I know exactly what I'm talking about, yeah? So this doctor comes to see me and he says, "Oh, look at you," he said, "you bite your nails. You're going to have to come to my hospital." When you're a 12-year-old kid in a remand home, the word hospital sounds like freedom, okay? So I'm excited. But straight away on that day was the day that I was made to take the tablets. I'd never took a tablet before. I'll never forget that day. It was frightening for me. And from that day, I was drugged up on tablets 3 times a day. Then one day, 2 social workers came in a little red car to take me to the hospital. And this is where it gets really nasty. But I promise you, with my hand to God, every word I'm telling you is the truth, and I've proven it. I've started a police investigation, I've exposed it, right? So they come and take me to this hospital, and the social worker, the woman social worker in the front of the car, has got a load of files, and she said something she should never have said because it stayed with me. She said, one day, a lot of questions are going to be asked. And that stayed with me. That put me on high alert. We drive to these gates, and I see the words mental hospital. Now, even though I'm 12, I don't quite understand what a mental hospital is, but I know it's not good. So I start carrying on and screaming, and he said, oh, no, you're not going to that side, you're going to the back. Took me to this place, and it was like a car park and just this big building. And a nurse opened the door. You've never seen a nurse like this before. She had keys on her like a prison officer. I would call her today. True story. No, because it hurts to talk about, Berna. It really hurts that this is actually going on in this country. Yeah, but this was way back in 71. Don't think things have changed, because I'm telling you they haven't. Next thing is, I get talked to this doctor who'd been very friendly when I first meet him, but he's now in this office. And he looks up at me, and all he said was, no tea for you. I had no idea what the hell was going on, why there was locked keys everywhere. And then the nurse sat me down and gave me medicine. I'll never forget it, brown medicine. I seen all these other kids, and it wasn't like when you go into other kids' homes and they all run up to you, where have you come from? Do you know such a one? All these kids were zombitised completely. I think there was a woman, an elderly woman, running around doing tap dancing. It was completely wacky. But this medicine took effect very quickly. And then the nurse said to me, now I'm warning you all, this is nasty, but it happened and I proved it. I exposed it. In 2016, I exposed it and actually got a letter of apology from the Home Office for what it's worth. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So next minute, this nurse takes me up the stairs and she takes me into this bathroom. And there's big windows in this bathroom and like handicap baths. I think it was 2 baths. And she made me strip off naked in front of her. For a 12-year-old little girl, it was hard work, but these big windows, what was on my mind? She'd already run a bath with like 6 inches of water in and very just barely had the coldness took out of it. She dips me in this bath, or makes me dip in it. I get out, she puts a towel around me, and then she puts me on these weighing scales, old-fashioned weighing scales, and measures me height. Then she made me wear this gown. I'm going to explain this gown as best I can because I've never seen anything like it before and I've never seen nothing like it since. It's a gown, like a hospital gown, the way it's fastened down the back, except it's made of canvas. And it's very, very heavy. You can't bend your arms in it and it's too big for me. I'm completely naked underneath. Yeah. It is, love. So someone's just copped on who I am. He knows the truth. And next minute, they take me in this room. And in this room, there's nothing. Except for a black rubber mattress on the floor. There's a window, but you know them windows that are made of bricks? They look like bricks, like prison windows. And inside, there's wooden shutters. And the nurse closes the wooden shutters so it's dark in there. She tells me to lie on the mattress. There's no bedding on this mattress, incidentally. And then she pulls this trolley in. And I can hear the squeaking of the trolley. I'm feeling drugged up from what's happened. When the next minute, I see the kidney dish.
Jai, take your time, sister. Take your time.
Gets this needle. To me, it looked massive. And you know them little packets of salt you get in the ready salt packets, or little packets of salt you get anywhere? There was like one of them. There could have been a few, but I know that she got one. And she flicked it with her finger. And then she mixed water with this whatever it was. Well, I know what it was now. I didn't know then. And she forces me to lie down on this mattress. Don't hurt for me, please. I'm a strong woman. What they did to me did not break me. They made me who I am today, and I will stand and fight for every child that ever has to go through what I went through and all the other children went through, because it wasn't just me. So the next thing is, she mixes the string. She forces me onto this mattress, and I'm kicking and carrying on. She had an old dirty bandage, obviously been used. And she started tying my hands up, one across the other. She was stronger than me. I was drugged up. I couldn't fight her. Then she says to me, open and close your hand, my right hand. And she started rubbing my arm till the veins came up. And then she jabbed that needle into me. When that needle went in, all right, Neo, I know who you are, mate. When that needle went in, my body turned to stone, to actual stone. I was conscious, I think, but I couldn't move a muscle. I don't know if I could blink. I don't know. Then I heard the trolley getting wheeled out, and I heard her say, she's all yours, doctor. The doctor came in. He had a white short jacket on. And he had 3 rubber, I don't know who these people are, I'm just going to cross that, I don't know what it is. He had these 3 rubber cushions under his arm. You know, like the ones that you see on a wheelchair, like that kind of a shape, yeah. That's what it was. That's what they was. And he put them on the floor next to the mattress I'm on. And I never seen anything coming. I didn't know what was going to happen. When the next minute, a mask went over my face. I didn't see the mask. It was like wire and cotton wool, and then this awful smell, and I went unconscious. Went out to the counter. But then I'd come round and he'd be asking me stupid questions, really stupid questions. Like, did I like me brother? Mad questions. But as soon as I tried to answer, more stuff went on my face. So now I know he was making sure I was still with it, right? This went on for a long time. And the next morning, I don't know how I got there. I'm in the dormitory. I don't know what happened, how I got there, whether they dragged me on the floor. But there was no like Guernseys or wheelchairs there. So I don't know. And I haven't got that gown on anymore. And I come around. And I can't lift my head off this pillow. My head is banging me with the worst headache ever. I feel a wetness where little girls are not supposed to feel a wetness. The nurse came in, and this is very relevant to the research I've done, and she gives me a piece of dry bread with marmalade on. Now remember that. That's very important for later on. And I sit up in the bed and I move and I see the blood on the sheet. So I'm all confused and I'm looking where have I cut myself, and I said to the nurse, I said, where have I cut myself? There's blood. She went, oh, it's nothing. All the girls are bleeding after treatment. I still didn't understand what was going on. No idea. And this went on for a long time. And every day, around about 4 to 5 o'clock, this doctor would drive to this ward. It was called Laburnum Ward in Aston Hall Hospital in Derbyshire, okay? And he'd drive in and all his girls would be locked in this place where we never got out of. It was lock and key, proper, high security. And we would tremble and shake at the sight of this doctor's car, because he would come in through the side door, walk up the side corridor. We were all locked in a big room, And he would look through this little hole in the wall kind of window where the nurses looked through. You'd see the net go, and then the nurse would come in and she'd call a girl's name. And as bad as it sounds, you were relieved when it wasn't your name, but you were guilty as hell when it was your mate's name, because you knew that what was going to happen to them. Okay? I was in there for 8 months, and it was a bit of a fluke how I got out of there, but thanks be to God, I did get out of there. But it never left me. I left that place. It never left me. I had nightmares and flashbacks for years and years and years. I was going to my doctors. It's all been done, Riz the Biz, I've been the police, I've done it all. I'll tell you now what happened. I'm going to my doctors and I'm telling them, listen, they put me in this place and did it. And the doctors are saying, you're off your head. You're off your head. No such thing. There's nothing on your medical record. If you was in this hospital for 8 months, it would be on your medical records. We would know. This went on for 46 years. 46 years of banging my head off a brick wall. Until one night. No, please don't be sorry for me. I'm trying to wake people up. I'm trying to protect children. I don't want sympathy. I don't need it. I needed it then. I don't need it now. Okay? So the next thing is, this one night, I woke up about 4 o'clock in the morning. This is in 2016. And I've had the worst flashback ever. And I'm shaking from head to toe. I thought, I don't care. I'm going down that doctor's. I'm going to demand my medical records. I went down to the doctor's and the doctor shouted at me. She went, if you really believe you were there, then believe it. But I'm telling you, you wasn't there. I knew. But my problem was, I was that drugged up when I was there. I kept getting the name of the hospital wrong. So I couldn't find anything out. Yeah. And that was a big day that day, because I walked out of that doctor's and I remember thinking to myself, I'm going to prove this. I'm going to prove this for every child. Where's all the kids that was in there? And I'm not talking 2 or 3 kids. I'm talking 55 kids on one ward and 55 kids on the other ward. 55 girls and 55 boys at any one time. Next minute, I goes home and it was a fluke. God was with me that day. I went on the internet and I misspelt the hospital. I misspelt it, but I'd actually spelt it right. And it came up on the internet. Photographs of this place. Urban explorers had been there and took pictures, and there it was in front of my eyes after 46 years of people telling me I was crazy. So I left a comment on this page. Then I got a reply from another woman who said the same thing happened to her. And she'd already linked in with another woman and it happened to her. And I'm like, wow. Well, if there's 3, there's 33. And if there's 33, there's 333. I'm going to do something about this. So I phoned the police, because now I had witnesses. I phoned the police. Oh, they done a DVD statement and all the rest of it. But then they phoned me up and they said, we're shelving it for intelligence purposes. How are you? I said, well, I'm not shelving it, mate. You better be ready for me, because I'm coming for you now. I've got evidence. Now, I started a group on Facebook called Survivors of Aston Hall. And people started materialising. So now I've got 15 people in this group and they're all saying, yeah, it happened to us, it happened to us, it happened to us. So anyway, the police have shelved it. They don't want nothing to do with it. And I'm banging my head. But then I found out that I could get copies of any files they had on me. And I managed to get the copies. And that's when God was definitely on my side. On the day that the files arrived, you're not going to believe this happened. And it could happen, but it happened. The files have just arrived. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. And my son's mate called in for a cup of tea. He'd just done his PhD in social science. And I had one of them illegal boxes where you can get all the 3 films on. And he said, oh, you've got one of them. Let me have a look at that. So I'd been blimping through these papers before he knocked. And a word had stuck with me I was going to look into. And as he puts it on, he said, look, that documentary there, put them documentaries, The World's Scariest Drug. It's on YouTube by Vice. Yeah. So he puts that on, and I'm paying no attention, nipping in and out the kitchen, making a cup of tea, when I suddenly looked at the telly, and there was the same words on that screen that was in my medical files. Sodium amytal. I went, hang on a minute. Paused that, I checked the spelling. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. And the police are doing nothing. Hang on a minute now. So phones the NHS in Derby. And I said to them, listen to me. I want a full inquiry as to why I was given a very dangerous drug as a minor. I also want a full inquiry as to within these files, because now I've read the files, there is no consent forms whatsoever. And the other 15 people who have now started getting their files, not one consent form in any of the 353 survivors that have come forward, not one single consent form. What do you make of this? Because I got the NHS involved, then it has to become a police investigation. They get the police. But the police play hard to get, because they want to argue, you're going to love this, get ready for it. They want to argue that this doctor, Home Office psychiatrist, by the way, never qualified for children, previously worked in Brampton and, what's the other one? Brampton and Broadmoor. Oh, let me think, who worked there? Oh, he didn't work there, he volunteered. Jimmy Savile, wasn't it? Yeah? Yeah. Here we go. Next thing is, the police fight between Nottingham Police and, I don't know what this thing is, it's doing my head in. Nottingham Police and Derby Police are arguing with one another who's going to take on this case, because it's a massive case, right? In the meantime, because the police were being sly, I decided to be sly. So I got in contact with some publishers in London, and God was with me. He was with me all the way. And I told them the truth, because I'd had a little bit, just a little bit, of media coverage with the Nottingham Post. So at least I got it into a bit of paper, but it wasn't hitting where I needed it to hit. So the publishers are like, have you got the evidence? Yes, I've got the evidence, I said. And I had the evidence. We'll take it on board, they said. So I read this book in secret. I never even told the survivors. Kept my mouth shut, because if it got out, the police would put an injunction on it because of police investigation. Kept my mouth shut. So all the time, every day, more and more survivors are coming forward, joining the group, traumatised at bringing up the past, seeing it in the newspaper, hearing it through word of mouth, But every one of them never had a consent form. All of them had been minors. But there was some in there that were like a little bit older, and there's a lot more story to them I can't go into right now, right?
Yeah.
I can go into it, but it's just a long story. I just want to give you the basics. In total, to this day, 354 survivors came forward. We were used for medical research. We were put in there by social services. Let's go back to social services. Social services, you've got to look at it from the right angle, okay?
Yeah.
It's not your average social worker down there who's coming out to your house. It's not her. She thinks she's doing good. It's a hierarchies. They know what they're looking for. For an example, in one of the books I've read, and I've read a hell of a lot of books over the last 8 years, trust me. In one of the books, I've got the books here, I can put them on camera and show you, they'd shock you. All Home Office reports, right? Where 9-year-old children were given electric shock treatment. Yeah? All put into the facilities by social services. Yeah? But it's not your average social worker. It's not Mrs. Smith from around the corner who wants to help the kids. No. It's a hierarchies. And these hierarchies, I'm going to mention one. I'm sorry, I cannot say the proper name of this person right now, because I've kept it to myself, right? It's my research. I don't want to put the full thing out yet. You got me? But I've got the evidence. I've got everything. So we're talking about a woman, a young girl. She's 15. Her mum had that Munchausen's by proxy thing. And she kept taking her to all different doctors because she was sick, and there was nothing wrong with her. And she had social services involved. So she had this in particular social worker from Oxford. And this social worker said, I know a doctor who will help her. And where did they take her? Straight to Aston Hall and straight into the hands of Dr. Milner, who was a perpetrator. He was your one, right? The older girls, when they went in, they got pregnancy tests and all the rest of it, right? She got a pregnancy test when she went in. So somebody needs to explain to her, in particular more than me, how she's in an all-female environment, highly secure. She's pregnant 11 months later. So, I mean, sorry, she's pregnant. She's in there 11 months. She has them first pregnancy tests, all negative, and then she's pregnant. When she's due to have the baby, they move her from Derbyshire to Oxfordshire. Out of county, you see. No questions asked.
Yeah.
She delivers a baby girl that she had no interest in because she couldn't understand why, how she was pregnant. She didn't understand. She was really traumatized. Yeah. She said she didn't want to see the baby. She wanted nothing to do with the baby. She took the baby to the nursery, but the next day she's inquisitive, which is natural. She wants to see the baby. There is no baby. Baby doesn't exist. To this day. Yet the pregnancy's in I've read the files page by page, word by word, right? I'm going to say something else as well before I go. Well, I've just remembered I should tell you because it isn't out yet. I haven't told nobody about this. So then, in her files, you've got a psychiatrist from Oxford and a psychiatrist from, well, Dr. Milner, writing to one another. The letters are in the files, yeah? Well, we give her this drug and we give her that drug. And you must have given her that drug. We're talking about the abnormalities in this baby she's going to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right? To this day. So anyway, that social worker, who was just an average everyday social worker, very quickly climbed the ladder and became head of social services. Very quickly got an OBE. Very quickly became a dame. And to this day, her foundation or charity or whatever it is still running. You know what she does? Supports paedophiles. Yeah, she walked that 15-year-old child into the paedophile's hand, right? Recently, I've had a new survivor come on board. He won't mind me talking about him. He wants his story told. After he got out of Aston Hall, he got out of this country. He didn't want to come back and he went to the south of France. Yeah? And he contacted me because obviously I've been a bit of a mouth on this, right? And he was that distraught, that bad. I actually got a flight over to the south of France to go and check this lad. He never married, never had no kids, doesn't want to have anyone around him. Very, very nervous. You try and give him a hug, he'll back away. He's completely damaged, really bad. And we had a problem deciphering the handwriting of this doctor. You can't decide. We've had everyone try and decipher this. Bernard, I will name that social worker, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not naming her right now. Don't worry about that, lad. I promise you that's coming out. Anyway, nobody could decipher this doctor's writing, but this lad in the south of France deciphered it to a T. And I've got it upstairs. It's just the most horrific thing. I tell you what, the stuff that this doctor was supposed to be giving him treatment and then going to the meetings with the social workers, case conferences, and none of this was brought up of what he was saying. I'll tell you, it's that bad. I would not put it out publicly like this. I would put it in writing. But let's just put it this way. He said to this child, just pretend it's a dummy.
You know, sister, let me tell you something. You know, when you first started, you know, you said that it was going on back in them days. It's been going on since then.
Yeah.
You know, firstly, I'm going to say you're a very brave person and you're a survivor. Okay.
No, I ain't a survivor. No, I'm a warrior.
Absolutely, absolutely. But one thing I want to make it very, very honest. Today, it's a lot worse. And do you know what?
No, mate. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you how bad it is. I know how bad it is. I know first.
100%. I mean, I'm trying to move forward.
Just take a look. Just take a look. Let's go back to what year was it? The late 90s? The Alder Hay case?
Yeah. But look, what I'm trying to say
They took
is
them dead babies in Liverpool, in Alder Hay, children who died, and took their bodies and had them in jars, and the parents thought they'd buried the children. Another one washed under the carpet. Do you understand what I mean? I know what goes on, mate, because I don't watch EastEnders. I'm not interested in bingo. I've got my head in books and in research and on that internet, and I'm not reading Joe blogs. I'm reading medical journals. I'm reading all kinds of stuff. And let me tell you, the more hierarchy they go, and the most of them, which is the most maddening part of it all, start off as MPs, but before they're MPs, they're normally doctors. Yeah, Neo knows me. He's actually met me. He's been in the house. He's just commenting there. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go up because obviously we got limited time today, but I want to go through a lot more. But with two things you mentioned, obviously you want to help and support. There is so many sisters today, daughters today, that are struggling through events similar to what you went through, which is an ordeal in itself. Let me tell you something. I definitely think they could appreciate some help, because this is something that I've been telling a lot of people for the last 4 years to come forward, to help and support. It's been just overwhelming. And you know what? As a warrior yourself, you know, I think you do. It's like when we go through this, we want to give back. We want to stop these atrocities taking, because it's only getting worse. And this is what we were going through just before you.
Let me tell you something. The hardest part of writing that book was reliving the nightmare.
Yeah.
But the bigger part of it was this, okay?
Yeah.
How can I explain this? When I'm writing that book, I'm looking back and I'm seeing this little girl, terrified, absolutely terrified, no way to run, right? That's me, that little girl.
Yeah.
And I can't help her. So in my head, I'm going to help every other child. If I can't help her, the damage is done to me. I'm going to help every other child that I can, yeah? But the only way we can do this is to have an intermediate between family and social services. That's what we need, because the social services, I welcome you to read my social services files. I welcome anyone who wants to read them. If they want to know how bad social services is, they come to see me in that hospital. I'm stinking of ether, obviously. And a social worker sitting at the bed next to me, and she hasn't smelt a thing or suspected a thing.
Or she was just ignoring it.
Oh, she was part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's letters from social services to that doctor saying, we've written to you to ask you exactly what treatment you gave to her, but you haven't replied. And this is the second time we're writing. Again, they're covering their own backs. They were part of it.
Oh, they covered everything like that. Look, sister, two things, because I'm a little bit overwhelmed with what you've been saying. I don't like to break down or anything myself on here, so I'm going to sort of take a break. But however, before
break down. We're gonna,
no, just one second. No, 100%,
mate.
100%, sister. So what I'm going to ask you, because I know you're a warrior, you want to help and support, if you could communicate with this sister here, because there's a lot happening behind the scenes, okay, that we don't really talk about, because it's all to do with safeguarding, to do with child protection, because we can't do what they do, and we can't also bring it on public media. But behind the scene, we can talk openly. You see, everything we're talking about there, you reminded me with so many things that have happened in the
Actually, my
past.
name's out there anyway. I've been all over the telly. Do you know what they did? I had an interview on Victoria Derbyshire show. Get on this, right? The police stopped the show. The police, because I was going to expose this, the police stopped the show.
Well, let me tell you something. The show they're not going to stop is what we're going to be doing. That's for sure. We don't hold back with nothing. But sister, do me a favour.
The book is sold worldwide. It's in 10 languages. And every time somebody reads that, I hope it's helping a child. That's what I pray for.
Yeah. Well, more, 100%, and I want to know more about that because I want to actually get it out to the public to give them encouragement to do, obviously, what they need to do. But I actually want to get Gary into to get his comments of what you've gone through. But I definitely want you to give a link or a follow here, and always, if you could do the same and communicate.
I don't know how to do all that, Raji. I'm a bit backward. You're going to have to get them to do it to me. I don't know.
If you tap on her name just now.
Which name?
This one, Always Mine.
I've done it. I've already. I did her ages ago. I did her ages ago.
Who is she? Who are you, love?
She does a lot of work with us. I'm going to get you connected because behind the scenes.
Let me tell you, no disrespect. What's your name? Or whatever your name is. I've been involved in this now for a long time, as you know, and I've come across some people. As a matter of fact, there's one woman. It turned out to be an abuser herself, and I've actually served time. But she's out there in the community protecting children. But people don't know the truth about her.
Oh, well, I'm not that, but I completely hear you. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. But I've got a gift. I can see them. I spot them. I don't know. I just do. But anyway, you'll pick up the energy from me. You ain't got to worry about me. We're just here to support and get it done.
We're all working together, not saying...
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? I need to ask you this. Yes, straight out, yeah? Yeah, you. A personal question direct to you. Why are you involved with it? What's your story?
This is my story.
What happened to you that made you go to...
This is what happened to me. Now, remember what I said? Due to safeguarding child protection, there's limited what I can say, but it's all written there. So this is why I'm saying, contact this sister and I'll have an open conversation with you. So I don't want to hold anything back.
Okay.
Okay? I don't believe in holding anything back. Anything you want to ask me, which should be done. So anybody who I work with, they all know everything about myself with evidence a lot. But let me just stop for a second because with your story itself, I want to get Gary's input on this. So if you just give us a few moments. Gary, I want your input on this story and information of this sister of ours. I need your input on that.
First of all, a massive thank you to you. I mean, it's incredible that what you're saying and coming out with that information, because you are going to make a difference by sharing your experiences. So I want to say a huge thank you for you even speaking about this. Secondly, it highlights the evidence that which I haven't really focused on much, that the pharmaceutical industry ties in quite significantly with the abuse on children. And
my God, are you right there? And I'll prove it.
Pardon?
You're right. You're 100% right about the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure she won't mind me. Hopefully she won't mind me saying it. I'm not sure if she's publicised it yet. But Julia Vandal has recently found out. She's the lady that believes she is...
Sorry, Rangi, go. Sorry to interrupt. Rangi, go.
She is the... Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. I wasn't looking at the screen. She's the girl that believes she's Madeleine McCann, and I actually believe she is. She's recently found out that she was given... now, I hope I'm not misrepresenting what she told me in a conversation yesterday, but she was given medication by her supposed Polish parents that was way above the safe level for somebody of her age, and also the drug had memory loss effects. And I also have evidence with my Julian Assange evidence linking to a family that he may have been linked to, that medication was being given to the children in that family in Australia. So I think what you've done is highlighted again to me personally that medication is being used to suppress the sexual abuse and the memories of those people being victimized, whether it be by doctors or families or any other perpetrators in this. And this explains probably why we haven't got more people coming out. Now, I know there's a lot of people now coming out, but I do believe that the medication is a huge part of this. And the medication, sorry, I will stop talking in a minute. The medication also ties in significantly with the fraud, which is linked to the child trafficking, which is linked to the adrenochrome, which is linked to the taxation system, which is linked to the NHS, which is linked to the police.
Child traffickers that exist is the NHS. Best way to traffic children is in the back of an ambulance, no one's looking.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I want to say a huge thank you to you and to everyone else that is coming forward as a result of your incredibly courageous steps to expose.
Let me just tell you something else, right? I'm not trying to sell the book because the book's done its job. It's been years. It's 2016 or 17 it came out, I can't remember. But this is something I want to tell you. I didn't make money off that book because it wasn't about money. I was trying desperately to get survivors to come forward, okay? I signed a contract I didn't even understand. I didn't care. However, the book has sold so many. God, I think it's something like 275,000 copies worldwide in 10 languages. I offered my second book, and on that one I'd done 8 years of research, and the stuff that I found out would blow your brains away. Literally, it goes all the way to Epstein. And that goes back, when I say it goes all the way to Epstein, I'm going back from 1947. Well, actually, the very beginning of it was 1818, with a fella called Havelock Ellis. But the build-up and the ending, I've took it all the way to Epstein, yeah? I got all of that evidence, years and years of print and finding it. And the publishers won't touch me, they're terrified. How about that?
Wow.
And they're making millions. They won't touch me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you know, because they know you're a strong lady and you've got all of this evidence and information.
When I first started speaking, I never give my real name out to the press. I was scared. But you know what? A smackhead turned around and said to me in Liverpool, "You're in a dangerous place. Put your real name out. If you don't put your real name out, you're going to be found dead." And you know what? He was right. And that's when I decided to do the book and put my real name out.
Oh, it's amazing what you're doing. And I think you're highlighting, you know, enough is enough. I mean, I know people have said it for years, but the evidence now is so overwhelming, not just with what I'm doing, that we have a real systematic problem. The financial system is set up around the abuse of children and fraud against the public, and the taxation system. It's all linked so closely. Enough is enough. And I believe we need to do an international strike. So I'm going to be...
When you look at it, Gary, yeah, you've got to understand this. People are pointing at the MPs and the Prime Minister. No. Take a look at the Westminster mandarins, the unseen faces, the unheard voices. All of them ones you're seeing on Parliament are just puppets on strings. Absolutely. And that's all your real Freemasons. That's where they are. And that's where it's all going on. It's all mate, the adrenochrome, the whole lot. I could go on, and you'd say, this woman's crazy, literally, but that's what they wanted. That's what they wanted anyway, wasn't it? Try and put me down as crazy. I put all of my documents in my book just to prove to people that I'm not right.
You're absolutely right. You know, everyone we're seeing in the public eye, they are puppets. There will be people above them. But we obviously need to direct our action towards those that we know, who we are led to believe are the ones controlling the decisions around government. So I'm going to be calling for an international strike on the 5th of November. You know, and we've got to do something about this. We're not going to be resolving this if we don't change the system. It's as simple as that, because the system is literally set up to fuel the fire for sex abuse against children and adults, and everything, all of the other issues that we're seeing. So the system has to be changed to
Gary,
allow.
can I say something to you? And it is a bit crude, but it's fact. Okay.
No, go for it.
All these paedophiles, higher ranking paedophiles, yeah? Like when they had all of those kids locked in that hospital, yeah? Why did they do that? Why? You've got to look at why. What did they get out of it? Why did he put us in a bath that was only 6 inches deep in water? Because he only needed certain parts to be clean. He wasn't bothered about the rest. And he was letting the paedophiles in, yeah? You see, when you've got children locked in environments like that, they've got full control of that child. They know exactly where that child's been. And they know that that child is disease-free. That child is worth a lot of money to them people. And that is a horrible, horrible, horrible truth of it. That's what we're up against.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And it's the I know I keep saying this, but this system is how they're moving the money through the illegal entity, fraudulent creation of these incorporations. So if
what they did back in the day, this is again through my research, they transferred money via churches. Just like a sunbed shop today or a flower shop. A lot of drug dealers have got them. Nobody knows what cash is coming over across the counter. Right? So they're saying back in the day, churches, everyone made donations. Nobody looked at churches twice. But that's where the money was getting transferred internationally. That's how it was done.
Absolutely.
That's how it was done. And universities. And another thing, these universities, especially Leeds University, all of this transgender shit that was going on, which I don't agree with at all, right? Apparently, it's all going on in Tavistock in London. Let me tell you something. No, it's going on in Leeds. They closed the Tavistock in London because everyone got onto it, and they're doing it secretly up in Leeds now. That's today's news, not going back in the day. That's what's going on today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's never ending, mate. It's never ending.
It can be ended if everyone did this. If everyone had a collective strategy, such as an international strike or the withholding of all taxes, to compel. Now, nobody has really known what the right measures are to be implemented. Okay, that's the trouble. Everyone's known something's wrong. We now know, because we know how they've been doing it. We now know what needs to be done to prevent it, and that's why it's very important that we use something like a strike to compel those changes to take place. And those changes are 100% possible with the technology that is available. So as in, I'm referring to a transparent taxation system at source. So the people, the masses, we can see that our money is not being used in anything that it shouldn't be. Because at the moment, it is. And that is fueling all of the problems we're seeing, the sexual abuse, the wars. I just had a fly go in my mouth.
But it's sorry.
Fly went right down the back of my throat. Sorry.
It won't do that twice. Listen to me.
Poor fly. I feel sorry for the fly.
In my story, this doctor started his hospital, we'll call it supposed to be hospital, in 1947. Okay, we're going back a long time when the NHS first started. It closed in 1995. However, the doctor died in 1976. The NHS claim they never once financed the drugs that we were drugged up on. They had no idea what we were talking about.
So they were trying to hide the financial links to the pharmaceuticals.
Well, I can't put it out here because again, I'm not going to put all my research out. It goes deeper than that again.
Okay.
It goes deeper, a lot deeper. I just want to tell you something though, very quickly about something I found in the British News Archives. It's about 2 girls who escaped from that hospital. 2 young girls, I think were 15 and 16, some age like that, and they were in there for shoplifting. What a terrible crime, shoplifting, friggin' hell. Anyway, they legged it, and they legged it over this bridge. But this hospital had its certain car that everyone knew if that come out was chasing escapees. And when they got to this bridge and they caught the girls, one of them turned around and said, "I'd sooner die than go back there," and threw herself over a bridge and died. The other girl was took back there. In the newspaper report, which I've got it all printed, in the newspaper report in May, the social workers who chased the kids, that this kid killed herself, they they make it look like they're the heroes, and they don't look at why this child was so terrified at 15 years of age to go and kill herself.
Yeah,
You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
Everything's inverted that these people are doing. It's all inverted. So when you have for example, the charities, you know, they make it sound Save the Children. That's now being investigated for child trafficking, isn't it? Save the Children.
Yeah.
It's, you know, everything's inverted.
But wait a minute, Gary. You say they're getting investigated, but who's investigating them?
Well,
There's the problem.
Let's put it this way: because of everything that's coming to light, they're pressured. They're being pressured to make it look like they're actually doing something about it, to then actually get us to trust in certain individuals, to then bring in the full digital currency control and continue it going forever. That's what's going to be
exactly what's happening, mate. You're on the page. You're on the right page. That's exactly what's going on. As for you straight, I've got to say it straight. I don't agree with it. I don't think that is the way forward, because what you're doing then, when you're causing these strikes, you're giving them more and more power to eventually bring in martial law, and that's what they're aiming for.
Well, I mean, we've got to do something. I don't think protesting is the way to go forward, because they're not losing anything by protesting. Okay,
I totally agree with you.
We've got to make these people realise they're going to lose something if they don't change something.
Strikes are lawful. They can't
And
do
it's
martial
lawful.
law because of that.
Exactly. Because otherwise, if we leave it much longer, the only option we're going to have is a violent uprising. And we all know that's not going to end very well. At the moment, we have the ability to withhold taxes. We have enough freedom to do an international strike. We need to act as soon as possible, because they are rushing now, especially because this has been exposed, to implement full digital currency control. That is their ultimate goal, because then they know we are in a very difficult, powerless position. So
I think all we can do is what we're doing, and we're doing our best. I mean, I'm one woman on my own. I'm 66 years of age. I'm not well, got heart problems and all the rest of it, but I can't go to my grave without thinking that I've done something to help prevent anything like this happening again.
Absolutely.
Well, sister, what I'm going to add on to what you just said there, just remember now you're not alone, because, you know, at one time even I thought I was alone. Everybody thinks like that simply because it wasn't made public awareness. People didn't know, we're isolated, and we just think we're just going on through it ourselves. And as time went on, you're going to get the right people around here. Everybody needs to wake up to this. And so I want to let you know, everybody who's listening here, who's on here, including everybody on the panel, everybody understands. And we want to remind you, you're not on your own. And this is why I was saying, connect with this sister here, and we will chat more, because there's a lot of things happening out there, and we need to put an end to this. Hook or crook, doesn't matter which way we got to do, we have to put an end to this, because when we go in our graves, what we're leaving behind is our children, our grandchildren, their futures, lives that are at stake right now. And what we went through, we don't want that to take place on them. That's the main thing about it. I hope you understand that. But if you just give me a moment, because I've got two more people in, I want to quickly get if there's any questions or comments that they might have, and then we are going to be back on Saturday, or I'm actually going to speak to the team, because there is a good possibility I might increase it 5 days a week with what we're doing now, because now we're literally exposing everybody. Now, exposing side of it, I'll go through this after opening the whole can of worms with you offline.
Let me tell you something, Roger, just for a laugh for a go. You know the way you go around the country in your van?
Yeah.
I do the same thing.
No, sister, look, let me tell you something.
Listen to me, my van is not like yours, all signed up and all that. I've got people give me information. I've got cameras all over that van, and I'm more watching certain people. You know what I mean? And fuck them. You know,
no, 100%. We have to.
It goes to the right places.
No, we have to. We got to do whatever it takes, 100%. But just hang fire. Don't go anywhere. Just stay there, because when we finish, I want you to stay in there to have your last comments as well. Because I know I've got two more people now. Don't think we're going to have enough time for any
That's
more.
all there is to tell anyway. Told you my life story there. Come on, let's get real.
Absolutely. So, I want to take my hat off again to you for being brave as you have been, and I'm proud of you. I just want you to know you're not alone. You got all of us behind you, okay? Just remember that. But
I'm on my own, Raji, because I'm here on my own, trying to get the truth out. When I say the truth, there's a certain MP in power right now. Okay, I will name him. Why shouldn't I fucking name him? Because it's the truth anyway. It's common knowledge, right? There's this MP called David Owen. You heard of him?
No.
He's a geriatric. Sorry, Bernie, you're making me laugh. There's this geriatric MP, right? He was involved in the dirty blood scandal. Remember that, where everyone got AIDS with the blood from America?
Yeah.
Right. Prior to that, get ready for this. Prior to that, I worked with William Sargent, a renowned, crazy psychiatrist who had a ward in King's College, London, where, believe it or not, he drugged up women for 3 months at a time and had tape recorders under their pillows, doing experiments on them. Okay? This is one of our MPs that's still out there alive and kicking today. No conscience for what he's done and the damage he's done. Them women who were locked up in that hospital, if you Google the zombie ward, William Sargent, you'll see what I'm telling you. Do you know who William Sargent was? He was a registrar for the doctor that was drugging us up. And David Owen, the MP, worked with him. Get it all on there. You'll see yourself, everything I'm telling you. And then there's link after link after link to different people that are still around today. And I can't get it out because all the publishers are terrified of getting sued. Well, they can sue me because I've got fuck all anyway.
Hey, let me tell you something. If I've got evidence and information, I'll release it on everything. And what are they going to do? We're not bothered. This is the thing, you see. It's like with Gary as well. None of us are bothered when we have evidence and when we've got truth. And we've got live witnesses. We don't care about anything else. They could come and challenge us if they want. You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, they see children as commodities.
Yeah.
That's exactly 100%. That's it. But I'm going to go now, Raj. Look, I'm glad I told you my story. I've been watching you for a few weeks. There's been a few negative things said about you, and I wanted to suss you out for myself.
Well, I think it's going to be really, really good if you communicate with your sister, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a call with you, and I want to open everything out, and then you'll understand how bad things are.
I already know, mate. Trust me.
Yeah. So I'll keep it simple like that because I don't say too much on it because we got perpetrators all the time looking in. And I'm not bothered about the professionals looking in. They can look in as much as they want. We're not bothered about them. They could come forward.
You know what's the most sickening thing that cuts me to pieces? You know my book goes on about paedophilia, child abuse of the hard level, yeah? It's the perpetrators that like reading them. And that makes me fucking sick.
Well, let me tell you something. All these perpetrators, I've got it coming for them. That's for sure.
Please, God. Please, God. I'm going to say good night to you, Raji, and thanks for hearing my story.
Sister, no problem. I'm looking forward to chatting with you. In the next couple of days, we're going to be chatting. I'm going to arrange you with this sister, and we'll have a little chat and openly tell you things that I'm not able to do on public media. Simply because of this. I just can't put victims in any more risk as they already are in. That's all it is. Otherwise, all hell with everybody else.
I'm glad that I told you what's going on. All right, take care. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us.
How do I close this? Oh, we all got it.
Thanks. Right, so I've got one more question. Now, if anybody out the team members wanted to get in, I know, John, you needed to get in yourself. Okay, I've got Alex. Okay, might go on a few more minutes, but let me just get 2 more people in because I know I was waiting for Alex earlier on as well. But is it Nadina? If you could unmute yourself, please, because you have been on there for a few minutes. Nadina, can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, we'll come back to that. Gary, this gentleman here, Alex, just unmute yourself. He's from America. I know I've been looking at some of his work that he's been doing. He's online with a lot of things, actually, what we're talking about. So maybe actually it'd be good to have, but introduce yourself, Alex.
Hi, good evening, brothers and sisters. How y'all doing? My name's Alex. I live in North Carolina. I'm from the East Coast, United States. Man, it's just, I mean, at the end of the day, you can see it around you. The desires of it is the desires of money, power, and everything like that is just separating us. And look what it's doing. Like Kim Jong-un just warned the U.S. of nuclear threats. There's wars. I mean, Vladimir Zelensky is telling people, telling the UN if they don't let him in, he's going to use nuclear weapons. You got the war over there between Iran and Israel and Palestine. You got our own homeland here in America being invaded and trying to be taken down. And it's not only here in America, it's happening like this in every country because it's the Matrix. That's what it is. It's the Matrix. And I'm doing everything I can. I'm trying to connect with everybody I can and show unity. Don't use violence. That's what they want. They want fear. When you're afraid, exactly, always wanted fear. When you're afraid, you act out. And you act out, you're not thinking clearly, so therefore you're not using your right state of mind. We got to be calm. We got to be peaceful. We got to be loving. We got to be compassionate. Because at the end of the day, no matter where we're at in our own walk and journey in life, we were at the place where other people were at that are not as far as we are. So we got to have compassion because we've been there. We've done that, even though in our own individual ways, we've done exactly that. So we got to work together. And like here in America, I was telling people, and this goes for anywhere. Okay, use the system the way it was created. I just put this post up this morning. Use the system the way it was created, right? Instead of it working as a top down, like that's why you got the double-sided pyramid in Egypt and stuff like that, the higher and lower. Okay, we're at the bottom, but we deserve to be at the top. So, okay, go to your local parliament, go to your local state representative, go to your local, like Senator Linda Thrope over in Australia. You're not, like that whole thing she went to, that's not really being reported. She said, she told King Charles, you're not my king.
No, you're right, 100%. But
genocide.
Alex,
we want our lands back. You committed theft of all our lands and our babies. We want it back.
100%. How long have you actually been on the live tonight before I got you on the box? How long have you been on?
I just got on. I just got back from the school.
Okay, that's all right. The reason why, because I've actually got a friend of ours here just now, Gary. Now, Gary's an ex-former police officer, but I wanted to introduce you to him, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to ask Gary to introduce himself to you, just so you get to know what he's doing and the state of affairs, which is in line with everything that we're all doing. Gary, can you just introduce yourself again, please?
Yeah,
and John,
hi, Alex.
take your camera off.
Hi, Alex. How you doing? Hi, Alex. Can you hear me?
Hi, how you doing, Gary?
Hello, mate. Nice to hear you. So I was in the UK police for 18 years, and what I've uncovered since 2022 is irrefutable, verifiable, and corroborative evidence of international government fraud linked to child trafficking. So what our governments, and by the way, Trump and Biden and Clinton and Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak and pretty much everyone on the world stage is linked to and part of this international government fraud. And what they've been doing...
Who else is over there? You know who else is over there? I just found this out. So I was doing a little bit of my own research. You know Philip?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's involved. Philip's involved. So was... I mean, there's so much corruption in the Windsor family. It's becoming unreal.
In the Windsor family?
Yes. There's been like questioning about certain suspicious deaths. I mean, of
Thomas Kingston.
That is true. I'm finding out exactly the exact identities, but there are people in the royal family that have been poisoned for the sake of the name of the throne.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, so all of my evidence is basically through our company registration system here in the UK. So you have American companies linked to it, including Donald Trump and pretty much everyone that we're seeing. And what they've been doing for decades is forging the company registration system and the documents to create illegal, fraudulent entity companies. This includes companies like Amazon, McDonald's, all banks are involved in it, even the international transaction system. And what they are, because they're illegal, they should never have been trading. And then the banks are being allowed by the police and the intelligence agencies to create forged bank documents for those illegal entity companies to falsify their company's figures and send it through into offshore accounts. So what they're doing is contracting out through our governments, through these illegal entity companies, using tax contributions, but defrauding the masses of trillions of dollars and pounds worth through the tax contributions. And they're paying for all of the adrenochrome, the child trafficking, international drug trafficking, I'm finding links to, all going through this money laundering system of illegal entity companies. So we now have the absolute evidence, 100% certain of this I am, okay, I was in the police for 18 years, that this is what they've been doing, and it links into all of the conflicts of the wars. Because what they're doing is contracting out through illegal weapons companies, using tax contributions and defrauding the public through that as well. So they're keeping everybody on the edge of believing there's a conflict, risk of conflict and war, so that they are more happy to pay into the taxation system, so they defraud the public through it that way as well. The evidence of... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, you're exactly right. Like here in America, and these two investing companies go directly back to the Rothschilds, the Zionists. BlackRock and Vanguard, they're linked to every president in America, including Donald Trump. They're heavily linked to the Albemarle Mining Company, which is why they destroyed Astro, North Carolina, and Florida. There's lithium mines. That's connected to Ford Motor Company. Ford Motor Company's top investors are BlackRock and Vanguard. I mean, Wall Street is basically America is the financial hub of the world. The UK is the administrative canonicized ecclesiastical law of the world, and the Vatican is exactly the religion hub of the world. That is the three powers that control the world.
Yeah, absolutely. BlackRock, you mentioned BlackRock. My evidence, it shows that BlackRock has loads of illegal, fraudulent companies as well that are also connected quickly to the World Trade Center disaster that I've researched. So that's heavily connected to what we're seeing as well now.
Yeah, I mean, BlackRock owns Vanguard. Listen, it's all about if people learn business, right? It is really what it is. Corporate is business. How do you set up? How do you protect your assets? You have you have to learn about your corps. You learn about your LLCs and all these shell companies, and that is what they do. They've turned every single one of us and us unaliving each other through wars, us unaliving each other in violence in the streets. They've radicalized everything to create an illusion of fear. Fear is false evidence appearing real. It is an illusion. If you lie, you're afraid. Fear is based off in everything. So if we can just break the illusion of fear, and what I put in my thing today is like this. If you're thinking in the present, you're already in the past, because every moment I speak is a moment in the past. You got to start moving, stop being stagnant, stop looking backward, and start looking forward. I'm trying to call everybody from every side of every conflict, military and then military personnel that are high military. Put this like they did in Scotland, up in Scotland. The two brothers, they came to a truce in the war. There's too many people dying. Let's have a truce in love. We need to have a truce. Everybody, whoever, if you're a soldier, if you're infantry, if you're police, if whatever position you play in this corrupt schematic of world domination, we need to understand that we're all just human beings. But we're divine, living in human morsel and living the human experience. We have the power to create. So why don't we just stop creating chaos, drop it right now, break karmic cycles, be the generational breakers of the world of our lineage, whether it's codependency, whatever it may be, whether it's racism, bigotry, whatever. Okay, let's be them karmic cycle breakers and like, okay, finish out this karmic cycle we're all presently in. We all have our individual karmic cycles. So it's all break these karmic cycles, stop doing what we've been doing, start anew, accept that the past was the past. We can learn from it, but not be hemmed up on it, and look forward to making a peaceful world. And that's the only way this is going to work. Otherwise, I mean, these powers that be, they're going to annihilate us. That's why they're trying to find a way through the firmament. That's why they're trying to build all these underground bunkers. They're trying to find a way from it. But as the prophecy holds, there's no mountain they can hide in. There's no spaceship they can jump in. They will be doomed, and they're just trying to take as many people into the darkness with them. Because we're on our way up, we're ascending, we're coming together as human beings. We just need to do that where it really counts.
Absolutely. Just on your point, I agree with what you're saying, Alex. The trouble is what we've got is a criminal financial system. So even if, let's just say we get new people in, or they try and turn around and pretend to be resolving these issues, you've still got that system, which is it gives them the ability to exploit the public. So what I'm trying to do in the UK, and I think you've got a guy in the US called Apollo, who's trying to call for an international strike. I don't know if you've heard about him. I'm in contact.
He's in Canada. Yeah, I actually was just speaking with him earlier.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep. So that's what I'm trying to suggest in the UK. Actually, on the. But obviously, if we're going to do an international strike, then we need to have a set of measures that we want to implement as a result of that strike. So that's what I've drawn up a document, because now I know what our international governments have been doing. We now know what measures need to be implemented to prevent it happening again. And one of those is a transparent taxation system at the source of payments, so that the people of the nations can log on to a government bank account at the source and see the collective income, obviously periodic, so it doesn't show people's personal payments, but you'd see the collective income of tax contributions into that account, and then referenced expenditure as to where they're spending that money. So, for example, how much they paid to the fire brigade this month, how much they paid to the police.
Okay, I got a question. So is that a temporary measure? Oh, you're cutting out my bag here. I didn't know you kind of cut out. Is that a temporary measure to roll back everything permanently, or is that a measure that you envision, not that you want, but that you envision staying in place permanently?
Well, I think it's essential initially, because if we did that, the people would be able to gauge what finances are actually really required to maintain society and the economy. At the moment, we're being deceived about the finances because there's no transparency with the source of taxation payments. So once we have that in place, we can then look at longer term strategies if we need to, based on that transparency in the first place. It's probably very likely that we should be paying next to no tax compared to what we are paying, I would think, as a result of this fraud. But I think that is...
You want my opinion?
Pardon?
You want my opinion on this whole thing?
Of course.
So listen, so it's like this, right? If the system we have, okay, if anybody who's in construction, you cannot tear down a house on a rickety foundation and build a new house on top of it. You can't put new wine in an old wineskin. Okay. Now, with that being said, the current system we have now is corrupt. Okay. The entire thing, its roots, everything. So it's like a leech is what it is. The system we have now is a leech. And when it is attaching to its host and sucking it dry. Okay. So what is the best way you do that? Remove the leech. The only way it is good, and I agree, it's perfect. You said that this should be a temporary measure, right? And I've drafted something here in the U.S. as well regarding different documents. I'm gonna continue drafting things and submitting them to the people that matter, and putting out there for everybody to see. But we need hold on, go Molly, go. Stop! You're gonna get yelled at. Go. We need a complete reboot. Okay, the only way to do that is stop, because at the end of the day, taxation, no matter it's here in America, no matter it's over in the UK, no matter where it's at, it is voluntary because it's all under the private international corporation, the international private corporation. So what do? We're done. Everybody, if you want a worldwide strike, it is good for people like me, you, Gary, and like Ragni and Apollo. It is good for like us to get together and to bounce ideas and build and redefine and purify that diamond till it's perfectly good and shiny. You know what I mean, and then we can. What I envision is, and what I'm working diligently on with all my soul and energy is, yes, we need this because if you remove everything as is, it's going to complete chaos and anarchy everywhere, madness. So because people have been so conditioned and programmed to think a certain way, they just create madness. So you got to take a slow rollback. Okay, use the system where it is. People need to learn the knowledge, learn the law, learn the things we need to learn, and then go to your local and county and parliament and whoever you go and like, look, pick it, be a peaceful protest if you have to, pick it or hold. I mean, look, this is what's going on. You guys aren't representing us. You guys ain't doing what this was supposed to do. So all the citizens you see here need a change immediately, or we'll put somebody in there that doesn't want something. So, and then, I mean, you do that. Once you do that on a local level, and you work your way up. And the idea is to break down all boundaries, all borders, slowly rolling back what they put in place. Because before Babylon, before the kingdom of the kingdom of Babylon, where everything comes from, our weights, our measures, our government, our everything. Okay. There was a point in time where we lived in peace and harmony. We lived together. We didn't have things. We traded. What we did was we traded what we had. It was ours. Okay, cows for chickens, horses for donkeys. This parcel of land for this much work, for this kind of work. That is what we need to get back to, because Mother Gaia, the earth, she can provide everything we need. Our brains can provide all the healing we need for any medicine, anything, any sickness, any disease, dis-ease in our body. Any disruption of frequency, Mother Gaia and the universe can provide for all of that. But we need to get back to that, but we need to start slowly rolling it back at the same time. And the only way we got a beautiful pond here in the world. There's no swamp any country. It is not a swamp that needs drained. It is a beautiful pond that needs to have the piranhas purged out of them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's very important that we do have a transition into some sort of new system, because like you've said, there'll be chaos. The only trouble with the barter system, which you're referring to, is when you have very built-up areas, it's difficult to know how people are going to barter, isn't it? So if you have huge, for example, let's say in the UK, in London, you might have an area where there's loads of blocks of flats. Not every person living in a flat, for example, is going to have either the items or the skills to barter enough to be able to survive in that built-up area. So I think you're right. I think it needs to potentially move in that direction, but I think an initial transition requires something like a transparent taxation system to ease us into whatever is required in the long term, because we need that transparency first to know what we actually are dealing with in terms of finances and what is required. At the moment, that's not there. It's hidden, and we've got people that we're never going to trust again in power. Okay, I'm never going to trust these politicians, because not only have we got the fraud, now we've got the children being murdered. I mean, I'm never going to listen to somebody who's allowing children
You know why all these children are being kidnapped? You know why not only are they doing it, because this is what the elites did in Roman times. Not only are they doing it for self-pleasure, the sick, corrupted stuff that they do, but they need pure and innocent blood for their evil magic that they're doing, the black magic, the root work. They need pure and innocent blood. So they kidnap these little kids and they unalive them as a sacrifice to their god, which is the darkness. Okay, and that is what they're doing. And you're right, we need to remove them. They are leeches, they are piranhas. And the only way we're going to be able to do this is build a system like you have coming up with. Build a system of what Apollo has. Building us three together and people like us coming together in Ragni, coming together to conspire for a better future. But we need to, before we do that, we need to work on ourselves. We got to understand where we're at in the things, where our power comes from. We're not only into the physical life, but also in our spiritual walk as well. I mean, we got to understand that we breathe life and give our energy into everything, which gives life to everything. So if we remove and call back our power, we remove and call back our energy and our authority, that system will shrivel up and die. You know, and like look all the port workers that went on strike over here in America. Okay, they all went. They came together. Look, we're done. We're done. We don't consent. We're not doing this. We stand together because we stand divided, we fall. And that is the point. So once we get to know who we are, and on a worldwide scale, we can slowly get together and roll these things back. But we need to get together at worldwide and tell this government we're just done. We don't consent no longer.
Absolutely, completely agree with you. I've put a number of things in my strategy document, and it includes a staged resignation of everyone that's been in a position of power as part of. Now, that could be compelled, I believe, through a sustained international strike, potentially. I mean, let's face it, if everyone turns around and says, right, unless you do this, 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 and this to our governments, we're not going to do any work whatsoever, they're going to do one of two things, aren't they? They're not going to be able to carry on doing what they're doing. Let's face it, they're going to have to change something to get the people back to work. Now, if we're all working off of the same piece of paper, for example, with the same initial transition measures across the world, then we're all working towards the same goal initially. Now, let's face it, we all want transparency. We need transparency. We need truth, transparency, and trust. That's gone, isn't it? We haven't got that at all at the moment. So I think, you know, I've done this document, and I'm going to be pushing for an international strike for certainly for the 5th of November, whether enough people will do it or not. But we're running out of time, Alex. We are running out of time, and you've already touched on the potential depopulation that we're looking at fairly imminently, I believe.
Well, I actually agree with a lot what's going on here, and it's a case of just moving forward. I mean, the dates and all that, you've got my support. It doesn't matter for me because I'm going to be doing it anyway. But because it's an imminent problem is the reason why I just keep doing what I need to be doing every single week after week after week, because there's no time for tomorrow. Because for me, every single day, children are being stolen. Every single day, these issues in the middle here are taking place on somebody's child, if not on our own children. So we need to wake up with this, because this is a massacre. But Alex, Gary, just 1 second, because I know I've got Nadina, is it? She's there now, hopefully. If you could just unmute yourself, Nadina. If you unmute yourself, you could ask the question. Otherwise, I'm going to drop you because I'm only going to stay on another 16 minutes just to answer any questions. So, because Nadine, we have gone over. So Nadine, she's not. 1 sec, Alex. Nadina, if you don't answer, I'm going to drop you. Or if it, I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman, but if you don't unmute yourself to ask the question, I will just drop you and move forward. I think that means they're not going to be there. That's all right. They could join us again on Saturday. I'll have to have a word with the team because I think they were suggesting I might have to do this 5 days a week. So I'm not sure. I've only got an issue of moving myself at the moment. But yeah, Gary, I totally agree. And this is why it's very important for me to work internationally as well and see if we can come everybody together, because that's the impact. Because, you know, and don't get me wrong, in UK, people are waking up just like America. But in America, it's the same problem I've seen, where there's pockets of people all throughout the whole of America that are waking up, but they're not connecting. You see, if they were connected, then it'd be game over. It's a lot easier, but they're not connected. And this is the same situation, similar in the UK. We're not connected, even though they're all doing their part, which is absolutely amazing. But once they start connecting, and then we could have that national strike or international strike, that'll make that difference. And hopefully, does that make sense, Gary?
Yeah, completely understand what you're saying. It'd be interesting to know Alex's view on the emergency broadcast system and the potential risk from directed energy.
Well, do you want to tell him what we know now, what's coming up, see what his thoughts are?
Yeah, well, I'm sure Alex has heard of the emergency broadcast system. There's been a lot of talk about it in relation to Donald Trump and Donald Trump coming in and taking out all of the child traffickers, etc., and then a new digital currency system. Well, in the last few days, I've been, from various sources, given an actual date for an emergency broadcast system as being in 2 days' time. But I do suspect that it's part of the deception to bring in potentially a risk to individuals through a new digital currency to secure this fraud and the child trafficking using BRICS technology, which is blockchain, which is linked to the child trafficking. My evidence, by the way, shows that it's linked to the child trafficking. And potentially the risk through directed energy, so the masts that are up and the radiation that could be emitted from the 5G and the radiation. I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Alex.
That kind of covered. I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, that kind of covered a couple of different topics. Let's go one at a time here. So the CDC, Trump can say all he wants. He's not for Agenda 2025. He's not. We're connected. That's, he is. All politicians are. And if they're not, they're in the know. And then if they know and they don't say nothing, makes them just as wrong. Okay, what that is they're trying to restructure the federal government, making it appear to the public, to us, that this is what it is. But there's lawyers that were in Congress that said we have no idea what's all in these bills. We have our clerks read these bills, and they summarize it, and we just sign it. There's so many different hidden clauses, different things within these bills and with these agendas that are being signed not only here in America but in Parliament and in all these different countries by these world leaders. Now the CDC, so what they're doing, what they're operating right now on the world scale is bits of paper, because everything's banking, everything's insurance. Okay, banks don't deal in real estate, they don't deal in property, they deal in bits of paper, which is negotiable instruments, which is bills of exchange, which is the credit system, learning how to use credit. There's a good guy named Robert Kiyosaki or something like that. He's a really rich guy, but he teaches people how to use the debt system, because that's what it is. It is a debt-based system. It's called peonage. It's debt slavery. So what they're doing is they're trying to take what they've done through time. In 1933, through an executive order 6102, FDR after World War II in the Great Depression, issued Executive Order 6102, which was the confiscation and the outlawing of the possession of gold up to so much. You can't hoard it, you can't have it, you have to give it all, because the United States is under such duress because of the war and everything. Okay, so they took away the gold. Gold is the only true source. Gold and silver and copper is a true source of what's never going to go down. I mean, it's always going to be valuable. It's not going to fluctuate. It fluctuates in their system, yes, but the value itself will always stand. It's why they confiscated off Americans. That's why they took it from us and gave us what's called a promissory note. That comes from the Knights Templar. That comes from the whole. I mean, back then it was unsafe to travel in long distances with any types of goods or anything like that. So you would do is you'd give it to these exchange booths. They'll give you a promissory note. And when you reach where you're going, you would get the exact amount back. Okay. So what they did was they're slowly starting to come away from that. They gave us the promissory note. Then they went from promissory notes to negotiable instruments and commercial chattel paper. Your birth certificates, your certificate of live birth. I don't know anywhere else, but Social Security here in America, that's all linked. What they're doing is they're slowly rolling back all this paper, because they're trying. Those are all what's called evidence of indebtedness. That is proof of their debt to we the people of the world. Okay, They owe us. So they're trying to go away with that and transfer everything to digital. See, they can't really control the money, the paper, the cash right now because there's too much in circulation. There's too much out there. What they're doing is just slowly pulling it back in. They're burning it, and they're switching over to the central bank digital currency. Like I told you, the United States, not America, the United States is the financial hub of the world. That's why Wall Street. That's why everything is being up in New York. That's why New York and California are such big things, because that is where a lot of this commercial stuff is being held. Now, what they're trying to do is, there's been BRIC members that abandoned the U.S. dollar, joined the BRIC community, then abandoned the BRIC community to join the U.S. dollar. That right there should be enough to show you that they're in the mix of connecting the two together, because yes, the American politician, the U.S. system is connected, and it's all connected. Everything's connected to every country. It's a global connection network is what it is. It is a matrix, and they're trying to put everything in a digital capacity to where it doesn't matter if you're a trillionaire. If you have a trillionaire, if you get online and say something the government don't like we're doing here, they'll freeze everything and you can't spend a dime on it. Like these movies you see about, this is how much money you have, but this you can only spend it on this, and it's a way of control. Now that I mean, if you want to, you can go back into. What else? Okay, so what else did you ask me about, Gary? I'm sorry, I get sidetracked like this.
So I presume in what you're saying, you're against full digital currency control, aren't you?
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's why I believe it's the barter and trade system is the best, because yes, it'd be hard, and you already know, but think about it like this: in the transition, Gary and Ragni and Always Mind and everybody like us, in the slow transition that we're taking to roll back the harm is being done. At the same time, we are also teaching each other how to be community again, how to be loving again, how to be harmonious again. And with that being said, we're through that time, because Rome wasn't built in a day. It took millennia to build what Rome has today. Rome is still very much involved. And you know what they say, as in Rome, we do what Romans do. So while we're in Rome, we got to do what we got, slowly roll it back. Teach our fellow man how to work and be community and have compassion and harmony. And as you're slowly rolling back, us being natural beings, us being a part of the divine creator, of the spark, we will already, as we wake up slowly and start wiping our third eye, because we see with our two eyes, but not everything can be seen with our physical eyes. You got to see with your pineal gland, your third eye, to see what's going behind the scenes. And when people start waking up, and then we start feeding our bodies healthier, and we start doing everything they're
oh, you cut out. Oh, that's it. Sorry.
What they're telling us to do, telling us what we should do, because like I said, Mother Earth has everything we need. She provides everything we need, every type of medicine. Before there was ever this, look at how the indigenous natives, I'm gonna use, like a better word, the Native Americans here in America, or before they left, when Moses called the Israelites out of Egypt, and look, before all this, we lived off nature. Yeah. When Jesus went into the community, into the desert for 40 days, and John the Baptist went in, they water and locusts. Okay, they lived off nature. Nature has everything we need. We don't need anything they have to offer us. And that's what I mean by, once you know who you are as an individual, you are a creation of the Almighty. You have a divine spark. We are all part of one. We have that spark within us, living in a human shell, using this, because this world is our inheritance and it's being stolen from us. So we got to learn how to just saying, screw man-made. If it's man-made, it's not necessarily any good, even if it does appear to be good. And I mean, and the reason why they got like this is how the elitists won through time. Okay, they given us bits and pieces of appeasement, of things that look to be to our benefit, just to appease us. Because we're playing football, or we're playing soccer, or we're playing basketball. If we're one-on-one and I'm beating you so bad, you're going to quit and go home, right? So they got to keep us in the game. So they do it by appeasement. They do it by giving what looks to be for the better good, but has so many hidden clauses and hidden agendas, like this, like the whole hurricane stuff right here. The FEMA's handing out loan, they're handing out relief, but it's really a loan, and it has a small clause written in it. It is a hidden clause in the contract that creates it to be a loan. It's not relief. It is a loan that you have to pay back. It is this swindling, scandalous corruption, and like I said, it is all got to do with light and dark, the yin and the yang, the love and the hate, the balance between the two. And for so long, the balance has been, they've upset the balance so bad because they lowered our frequencies. They've dumbed us down. They've done all of this to have us on a world scale. On the average, humans operate on a 75 hertz frequency. That is a very low frequency vibrational frequency. Like, and it's that right there. They're using CERN. CERN was to discover the God particle. They discovered the God particle. Now they're using it for MK Ultra mass manipulation. They're using it for weather manipulation, like all these hurricanes. That's why they immediately death threats, because they were saying, wait, these hurricanes weren't even on the radar. What is going on? They're using it they're using the God particle. But here's the thing, man can only make so much. Okay, that's why the Tower of Babel was only able to go so far, and they knocked it down. Man can only use man-made logic and your logical mind to do so much, because after some point it's unexplainable. It's because the universe is unexplainable, because it's so mysterious, but it's only mysterious to 99% of the world. Only 1% know this, and that's why 1% is so successful, and that's why 1% can manipulate and do. But they're the shepherds. They're the ones they're the shepherds leading the people to the wolves' den. They need people like me and Dagny and Always Mind and Gary and Apollo. We're the shepherds of light. We are the shepherds that lead the sheep to still waters and green pastures. Yeah. Isn't this what the Bible teaches?
Alex, give me a sec, mate. Can I just say thanks to everyone? I love the passion. It really does give me hope, because I can feel that all of us, we've had enough, and we want to. It's not about just discussing it. We really are doing something about it. So I just wanted to thank everyone that's come in, shared it in the comments, everything, because that's all we need to do. All we need to do is what we are doing, and we've already won. I think we're past the stage of what are they doing? Are they doing it? There's a lot of nonsense. Think of the worst case scenario regarding any of the things we've discussed. Yep, that is going on. Someone is doing that. It's happening. People are being harmed. So we're past that. And now we're just discussing all the solutions. And I think it's a wonderful thing to be a part of. I hope that, Alex, you come back on Saturday or whenever we do the next one, maybe a bit earlier, because clearly you've got loads to say, and I want to hear all of it. So it'd be great if you could come in like a bit earlier. But I'm really like, it gives me hope. It makes me feel like I'm not on my own thinking there needs to be changes. There's so many of us. And I think it's great. And I just want to thank all of you, everyone in the comments, everything. I think it's awesome.
Well, Alex, just want to say 1 second. So for Saturday, there is plans for South Africa and Australia coming on board, just for everybody else, because at the end of the day,
I'm so proud of you.
Well, thank you very much, sis. But just so for Saturday, we are looking for South Africa. I have been communicating on Australia. They will be joining. As time goes on, you're going to get every country coming on board, because it is a global crisis. Even though right now we're fighting a fight in each of our homes, each country by country. Which is very important. But when we got the support of international support, it's like America's got my full support. Canada, Sweden, Denmark, France, Australia. And the more support we give them, it gives them strength as well. And this is what it's all about. So this is a global crisis that was going on. It's exactly what Gary has been mentioning over the last few weeks. So we want to focus on that and keep moving on that. Now, I know we're going to make it closing down very, very shortly. So I'm hoping that, Alex, if you're listening, to get ready for Saturday, try to get yourself on a bit earlier, because I want to give you the time. I want to discuss these things so people can actually see for themselves that people, and the more people you start uniting internationally, I think it'll encourage everybody in their own homes as well. okay, in America, in England itself, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, people start uniting because they're probably thinking, hang on, America's supporting them, Russia's supporting them, Australia's supporting them. What's the matter with us? So it's, you know, people like to do these things, and this is what I want to focus on. So what I'm going to do is, Alex, I want you to actually have your last comment or how you feel with things or your last advice, and get ready for Saturday, because Saturday I do want you in a little bit earlier. I couldn't send you the message because your number, I don't know the codes, because I know you sent me your number and I don't know the international code. That's why I couldn't do nothing.
It's one. I apologize. After I said that, I kind of thought about that. As soon as I was like, damn, I should have put one. It's one. The international code is +1 here.
I tried to ring it a couple of times. I said, where am I going? It's not going anywhere.
Alex, I love your accent, mate.
Thank you so much. See, listen, like,
yeah. So Alex,
real quick, Craig, 2 questions. I'll give you my last comment. 2 questions though. One, what is the time difference between here in Eastern time zone? And 2, what time are you going on? Because that is what I was having a problem figuring out.
What time is it over your end?
8:01 p.m.
Well, it's 1 a.m. over here, so it's like a 5-hour difference. So
Yeah,
we normally go on at 8 o'clock onwards.
So 8 o'clock your time. So it would be 3 o'clock my time.
3 p.m. for you, Alex. Yeah. 3 p.m.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock your time. But then we're on for minimum, like 4 hours minimum.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely.
Normally we have it for 4 hours, but
like,
you don't.
I mean, I will be here on every one that you have because this is what is going to take right here. This is exactly what it's going to take. And it is such a great thing that you are having these different countries like Australia. If we can get Israel, if we can get Iran, if we can get Palestine, if we can get Ukraine, if we can get Russia and China and Korea on these big hot spots where people need to like really hear this stuff, because like people like I've traveled America. My next stop is global travel. I want to do what I'm doing. I've done what you do here in America. But my next stop is going to be a global thing. Like, this isn't just going to be something I do on online. Like, I'm not a very tech savvy person. I like the personal interaction. You know what I mean? When we're together at Ragni, we can see each other, we can gauge each other, and there's an energy we're giving off. We're exchanging energy, which makes us stronger, our lights stronger. So if we can do that, like what you do, and travel and talk to people on this scale, it will be great. And I've like my blessings and abundance from the Almighty is coming in, and I've traced my bloodline to Queen Scotia, to King Nut and Tutton. Like, and I have big plans to do.
Alex, I was just gonna say, Alex, one thing I want you to know. Right now, I've actually got team members, part of LCS News in America. So we're also helping them become journalists as well. We're also giving them the links as well. We're also going to have the news desk also in America, so you can broadcast it from the news desks as well. So it's a network that we're interested in bringing everybody together, regardless of color, creed, religion. Put all that to aside for the humanity's sake, for our children and the future's sake, that we must unite and come together.
100%.
So there's a lot of things there that are available.
If you can send me the information if you can send me the information on the group that you have here in America and have us link and talk, that would be great, Ragni. This is exactly what we need.
Yeah.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful.
No, well, I'll do that in the next couple of days. Actually, send me your. Well, do I just put plus? Well, no. What is a plus over here anyway? Because I can't put +1. It doesn't work with that, does it?
Yeah.
You should do America over here, +1.
Just one, just dial 1 and then my number. I'll resend the number back in your mailbox with the area code, so you can just copy and paste it.
And do you have WhatsApp?
No, I did but I took it. I haven't had it in a while because there's so many scammers and stuff that go on there. So it's like, but I can get WhatsApp for sure. I can get back on my.
Okay, don't worry. I'll work it out. I'll sort it out. I'll ring you. I know I've got to put, because I know somebody's saying 001 and then your number. I think that is right, actually. But I know it's a 1, but it does come with another number. I'll give you a ring before Saturday anyway. I'll thrash it out and I'll give you all the information you need, and I'll start linking people up, and then just take advantage of the whole thing, because it's a network. And at the end of the day, look, brother, it's like Gary will agree, you're part of the family, you're part of the community. This is what it's all about. You know what I mean? And we need to now stick together and focus on the job itself and get it done, because every single day that goes by, just in UK alone, we got tens of 20 or maybe 100 kids every day going missing. We got all these corruption problems taking place every single day of the week. So I don't want to just talk about it. I want to fight. I want to action, and which is exactly the same as how Gary feels about it. So, you know, I will speak to you about that. But look, we know about that. I'm going to let you have your last saying before we go, because I want people to hear what you have to say, because I'm going to go through one person by one before we end the night. And then on Saturday we'll be on anyway, but I'll ring you before Saturday anyway.
Sounds good. So what I mean, my final thoughts would be this. Right? So, you got to think. Okay, so it's like, I have so much I want to say, and I'm trying to make it short. You got to think of things on the microcosm, macrocosm level. Microcosm being the smallest, lower levels to the macrocosm, whether it be global scale, whether it be your states, your county, your countries. Okay, you have to understand where you are, right? Who you are. And then once you understand who you are individually, you gain the knowledge you need to gain. Now, knowledge is power, yes, but it is, when knowledge is not used, it is basically collecting dust. It is what makes it powerful is the application of the knowledge. Okay, so as we go through this, you got to apply everything you know from your spirituality, everything you know about the law, everything you know, and that's what makes it so good, because we're all different gears of the big machine, right? We all have different contributions. Some people know more things about in certain areas than others. So electricians are electricians and not woodworkers for a reason, because and vice versa. You may know a little bit of both, but each specializes in their own thing, and they all work together to build a house. And that's all we have to do. We have to take all the knowledge we have, we got to and apply it in our own expertise to come together and have all the gears working again.
Absolutely. Alex, thank you very much for joining us. It's been absolutely a pleasure. And I'm looking forward to doing a lot more work with you and starting to unite. And I hope people are actually taking note of this. If we can start uniting with people internationally, people within the United Kingdom need to come together. People within the United States need to come together. And I will get them links for you, Alex. If I could go to John next. John, any last thoughts for the evening? Young man, unmute yourself if you can. John, don't tell me you fell asleep. Okay, let's go to Freedom. Freedom, can I have your last thoughts for the evening, please?
Yeah, Rangi. Okay, all right. So I'm going to say something which people may or may not agree with. The system has its faults. We know that. The system is efficient to a point as well. People have to acknowledge that. You get things coming over from China, you get things coming over from other countries, you got food on the table. Yeah, so there's things that are there. It's efficient in a certain way. We could be, out there plowing the field, to grow food and stuff like that. That would take up 20 hours of our time, 25 hours, who knows? So that's the kind of estimates that, people put. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's just the corruption that's the problem. The accountability or the lack of accountability, that's the problem. So, the financial side is, of course, yes, important, but it's the human suffering and the human trauma, especially the children or the kids or, you know, all that kind of stuff that we've been talking about. So that's obviously maybe more a priority in my eyes, you know, like rule of law, trial by jury, and all those things. And the final thing I'd say is, think about this, everybody listening. Gaza is the original 15-minute city with physical walls and physical military apparatus around it if anyone tries to leave or whatever, that type of stuff, if you think about it. Now, that's what they want in a digital format in the future. You know, with pages blowing up and all these kind of things. Direct energy weapons, you've been talking about, Gary. These are the risks in the long run if they get what they want. So, you know, the worst case scenario is that, even in places like the UK probably and Europe. That's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario might be utopia that we're talking about. But what's the most likely scenario? Maybe something in the middle. You know, with rule of law, with you know, restoration of trial by independent jury and accountability. Okay, that's it. So thank you very much, you guys, and go to my TikTok and the link for the apps there.
Well, I'll be speaking to you tomorrow anyway, Freedom, Yogi. So actually tomorrow about 2:00, give me a ring because I'm due at that time to ring you anyway. I'll be with the tech just to put a few things in place. John, last chance, unmute yourself or stay asleep. Okay, I guess he's using stay asleep. Can I get Leah next, please? Leah, my sister.
Hey, bro, you okay?
I'm good. Your last thoughts for the evening? Or
I know we've all got this. I know we can do this. And this is why we're all here. Working scared really hard to make a change to this. Let's do it. We got it.
Sister, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
I'm proud of you, Rangi. You know what? You've opened up my mum's eyes, my sister's eyes. You really have. We spoke about on the weekend, my dad as well. And we've all said this is going too far. And this is got to change now.
No, well, that's all we need. This is the whole purpose of everything that's happening, waking people up and come together. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Leah. Now I'm going to ask Gary to have his last say. And John, you've had your chance. Just in case you decide to wake up, let me take you out the box. There's no second chances.
Can I say one thing about real quick?
Yeah, go on, Alex.
Listen, the people need to understand is the victory between good and bad, light and dark, has already been won. We won. We just have to wake up and claim it. And how we claim it is doing exactly what we're doing here, coming together. And look, Leah said, that is what claiming it is. It is ours to claim it. It's here for the taking. We just got to step up and do it.
Absolutely. Spot on there, Alex. Spot on. Gary, my brother.
Yeah, thanks very much for tonight, Rangi. Really appreciate it as always. You're an absolute diamond of a man, and I think we're all indebted to you, and you're an inspiration to us. So you need to really realise that and be valued for what you're doing. Freedom, you need to realise the system is criminal. We can't have a criminal system. They didn't need to forge company incorporations and the documents and to have no verification of company incorporations. So we have to change that system. You can't have a criminal system. In relation to Alex, thank you so much for coming on. It's great to speak to somebody from America. So really, really appreciate that. And everyone else that's taken part. And I'm going to be calling for an international strike on the 5th. Alex, somebody has said in the comment, a very good idea. If you can get Apollo to be on the live on Saturday, that would be great. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be on it, but it'd be great if you can get Apollo on.
Yeah, I definitely will. After I get off here, or sometime before tomorrow afternoon, I'll get on and message him and give him the thing, give him the links and everything, and link him up with Ragni, and so I'll do what I can to get him on for sure.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, well, it's the end of the night, ladies and gentlemen, dear brothers and sisters. I want to say a big thank you very much for all those people in the comments that have been patient, asking questions. I'm really appreciative of that and the support that's been coming in. I want to say a big thank you very much to every single person that's came in the boxes.
Oh, you're welcome, bro.
Because it takes a lot out of some people, because you notice there was some survivors that were actually in the boxes. Takes a lot out of somebody, very brave of them. You know what I mean? So I wanted to put a big hand out to them. I want to say thank you very much for Alex, just like Gary said, for joining us. Absolutely amazing. Looking forward to doing a load more. And Gary, just remember, this is a teamwork. This is everybody working together. I'm just one person, just like yourself and everybody else. Us coming together is what gives the strength that cannot be broken.
Exactly,
And this is,
Randy, bro.
so this is now showing, this is regardless of color, creed, religion, but all of it's coming together of all backgrounds. So from me and all the team and rest of the public that's actually joined us tonight, I want to say thank you very much. Good night.
And
God
Randy,
bless.
Gary is so amazing too. We love you, brother. And you're totally amazing with all the help. We love you.
Hey, Gary, I'm gonna inbox my number to you, Gary. That way you have it as well. With your experience and with my knowledge in the law as well, I think we can do a lot. And me, you, and Ragni and Apollo, we can do a lot, man.
Sounds good.
100%, 100%.
We all love you, Gary. Well done.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you.
You're
Bless you.
welcome. And Alex, you're amazing. Love your accent.
Thank you.
Right, I love you as well, but don't make
Love
me
you
mute
too,
you.
bro.
Let me
You rock. You rock, Randy, bro.
Right, so I want to say thank you once again. I really appreciate everybody joining in tonight. And stay tuned for Saturday, because Saturday there'll be more evidence that I will be releasing. Don't forget today, the evidence and information that Gary has been talking about will be available for you to have. The evidence and information that I've shared today in a brief time is available for you to just pick up and snatch off us, because information is power. And once you got the information, you can beat them with a stick with. So systematically, we need to deal with this. There's no one way. We've got to do it from every single angle. So from me, ladies and gentlemen, dear brothers and sisters, let's make it a great evening. And I want to say thank you very much.
Lady
Good
who's a
night,
warrior,
and God bless.
love you, and stay strong. We've all got you.
Hey, Ragni. Hey, one thing real quick for the tribe. We are Leonidas we listen. This is Sparta. This is us. We are the Spartans. We are the think about it.
So Alex, we need 300 of us then, and we'll do the job.
Hey, Randy, bro, ring me anytime, okay?
I'm going to ring you shortly now. I was going to ring you then. I'm going to ring you now anyway when I get off. So I want to say thank you very much to every single person. Thank you very much. And let's do what's right. Fight for our children, regardless of who's in front of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, good night. God bless.
Love you all.
Good night. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Good night. God bless.